Yeah, we're in Granite Bay, which is by Sacramento, California.
Now, there was years ago where, I'm going back about 40 years ago, I met a guy who was related to my father somehow. It was Bill Leonis. He lived in San Francisco.
That was my uncle.
Uncle Bill, yeah. Well, he reckoned he was related to my father.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I met him in
Yes.
and I used to work for Qantas, the Australian airline. I used to go to San Francisco all the time. And I met him down in Castro once.
Yeah.
That's where all the Italians and the Greeks gathered in the coffee shops.
Before I turned gay.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it. Yeah, he's a nice bloke, our Uncle Bill, yeah. But I don't know what the relationship really was, you know.
I don't know.
Did you have an evangelist Leonis in your family?
What's that?
I'm asking Ted if he had an evangelist Leonis in his family.
There's my uncle also.
All right, because we were neighbors near Zaglanica on a piece of land. He's listed as one of the neighbors. Where was he? Was he in America as well, or did he live in Kithra?
He lived in Keithra. He came to the United States maybe for 10 years, and then he moved back to Keithra.
Did he have any family?
He was married to a megaloconomos.
Because we're not, as I said, they're next door. The actual piece of land is not very big. It's only a small piece of land, and it's all bushed over anyway. So obviously nobody's looking after it. And so I presume that we're related in some way or other.
Probably. But I'm going to go there this summer, and I'm going to try and buy that property and have my cousin live in it.
All right, okay.
Hey, people are coming in. Oh, I got another one. Here we go. I wasn't paying attention for a second.
Much fun.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Here we
Hello.
go. Ted's making it.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, we got 3 pages.
Oh wow. Was he on Keitha?
I don't know.
The wildflowers.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Hello, Terry. It's Tony Conomos from
Hi,
Sydney.
how are
How are
you?
you? Very well,
Hi,
thank
Terry.
you.
Hello. Kiriaki, there you are.
There I am. How are you?
Oh, good.
That's good. You're looking relieved.
Yes, I am relieved. And I actually am wearing lipstick today for the first time in almost a year. Kind of hard to wear with a mask.
It's much better than wearing a mask.
Well, Ted's got his mask on.
Yeah, for fun.
He did.
We brought our masks.
Yeah, Maria.
Have you got Kithera masks?
Yes.
We had them made for the last Zoom. And all the people in the US
wow.
got one.
Oh, I want one.
We're all out, but we might might have more made.
Thank you.
No video again.
So much fun.
But I'd rather be on Keithita.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I can think of a few places I'd enjoy wearing that too.
Oh, I got it.
Hi, Elaine.
Hi there, how you doing?
Hi, Vicky.
Hey,
Hello.
Victor, how you doing?
Hello.
Can you hear me properly? Here we are.
You both.
Yes.
Kathy, did you get my little picture that I sent you?
And get your picture.
Did you see I posted it on Facebook? On your timeline, you'll have to look at it.
I'll look now.
Yeah, look right now, you'll love it.
Is it something to do with Trump?
So we're just waiting for everybody to kind of get situated, and then I'm gonna go over a few things.
Good afternoon to the Sydneyites, Kiriaki, Maria, Tony.
Hi, Kathy.
How are you?
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Victor. I've got Manuel Fardulas here with me.
How are you? Yes, I'm Manoli. Yes, so Victor, pass. Good. I just turned my speaker up a bit.
Hi,
Where is it?
Maria. How are you?
Maria.
Well, Jackie,
Where do you
Hello,
live?
how
Maria
are you?
Lonti?
I'm well.
That's good.
Oh, no.
Hi,
We're
Maria.
neighbors just about, but we have to speak to each other via the United States.
Yeah, right. Oh, it doesn't cost anything anyway.
Well, I can ring you up on my mobile. Let's see how that happens.
but don't
But
do
wait,
it now because I'm busy.
You know,
All right.
I know the
What have I
Londies
done now?
Have you got
Maria,
some serious
Maria
items?
Londi, I've got Manuel Fardulas here with me. He's asking me, where do you live?
Where do I live?
No, Maria Londi.
I live in Sydney.
Oh, there you
Oh,
are.
okay,
Yeah.
because we have family, my father's family were, there were Londies in the family.
Oh, all right. Where are you from?
He's in Sydney.
I'm in
too.
Randwick. We were from Kingaroy in Queensland.
Oh, there
And,
were lots of lots of
Oh, no one
Londies
speak of you.
in
yeah, I'm a Fardulas.
lots of Londies in Queensland. That's why you know them. We are not that branch of Blondie.
No, it
Right.
was my auntie who had married a Londi.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. No. Our Londies are from Casino on the far north coast of New South Wales.
Yes.
Oh, were you in Casino? Were you, Maria?
Yes,
Yourself?
I was.
Well,
That's
you'd
where I
know
was
my
born.
mother's cousin.
Sorry?
You know my mother's cousin, Tasia Mavromati, Black.
Oh, I know her very well.
Yeah, she's
Very
my mother's
well.
cousin. Yeah, first cousins with my mother.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
remember the day she came to Casino
Yes.
and married Jack Black. I
Yeah,
remember
right.
it so well.
Jack
She
Black.
was
Jack,
very
Jack.
glamorous. She had blonde hair.
There
And
you
then
go.
after working in a cafe for, 20 odd years, she changed a lot. But her son, John,
Yeah.
I remember the day he was born because he
Wow.
was
Where is
born
she?
on my birthday.
She's in Queensland now. She's they
Oh,
had
yeah.
a cafe in or cake shop actually in Casino.
Yeah,
Zakaria Mavromati, Zach Black.
yeah.
I'm going to interrupt
Hey,
real
my
quick.
Matis.
Let me interrupt real quick because we're going to help you do this if you need help. If you notice, you see my name and where I'm from, and that's really helpful for people that don't know you. So if you could put your name and then where you are from after it, that'd be great. And you could do that by clicking on the three, if you move up to the top right of your video window and you see those little three dots, one of them says rename. So you can do that there. And if anybody has a problem, just raise your hand and we'll help you.
There's 3 dots on the bottom of mine.
No, 3 dots on mine.
San
at all.
Francisco, because that's where we're originally from.
Oh, shit, what have I done?
You can
Hit the
raise
bottom
your
right
hand.
hand.
I've just,
Tony, you have Sydney, Australia on yours. So you've got it.
I've just clicked out of it.
Oh, you've got it. Let's see. And I'm
I
trying to
can't
if
see
anybody
anyone.
else needs help here.
What have I
Yeah.
done?
Maria, I'll take care of you.
It's
That's
okay.
What I've changed that. We'll
I'll
put
do
Victor and
yours,
Kathy.
Maria.
SFCA.
Okay.
Trying to see. I can see 3. Okay.
Tina, you're in Maryland, right?
Kiriaki, click on
No,
your
Tina, I think
photo.
you're in Maryland.
Rename. I
wait.
found it. Yeah, got it.
I'm in Maryland, Elias.
Elias, I know Elias, you're in
Oh.
Maryland too.
Oh,
I
wow,
think Tina,
Maryland.
unless I did that wrong. Is Tina in Maryland too?
I'm in Maryland as well, but I don't see, oh, I see the 3
I
dots
just
now.
changed it for
Okay,
you.
I think I do.
And Tina
Oh, big
Brontes, I'll help you. You're in Sydney, right?
Yeah,
So,
but I can't see any dots or.
I got it. I'm getting it for you.
Okay.
Depends on if you're on your phone or on your
Yeah, if
computer.
you're on a phone, it's really hard to do that.
Yeah, I'm on a
I
tablet.
just looked into my photo. How are you?
Let's see. Joanne, you're
That's
in-
as good as I'm
Weather
going to
looks
get.
so nice.
Vicky, mine doesn't say rename and I'm on my iPad.
I'm gonna do it
No,
for you.
that's
You're in
too
San
music.
Jose, right?
Yep.
God, look at all these people I can come and visit.
Oh, that's right. You know, one of these days, right? I haven't been to San Francisco in almost a year because nobody's come from Australia.
Neither have I.
Well, no, they can't come from Australia. I can't leave anyway, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
They're not allowed to.
Yeah,
They're
we
not
do.
rich enough.
One
I'm
of these
not
days,
sure the
we're getting
microphone is
our
open.
our vaccines on Sunday.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
wow,
Oh,
that's great.
Best of luck with that.
Things will start
Now
looking
that
better.
the one woman's in Australia, look how nice the weather looks.
How do
It's
I?
very hot in Sydney
It's
today.
about 29 Celsius today.
Oh
Nina,
my
you're in
goodness.
Sydney,
Stunning.
right? Hi,
I've got a
Nina.
few- I've got a few
Hi,
guys on
Vicky.
the plane.
It's hot. We're having a heat
Sydney,
wave
right?
this
Oh, there's
week.
Nina.
Yes.
The plus
Hi,
one.
everybody. Hi, Nina.
Hello. So-
For everyone to see.
Plus.
So all you Greek experts, they always say over there, "Καλό απόγευμα, καλή νύχτα, καλό πρωινό." So, Vicky, do we say καλή ένεση?
You can say whatever you
Oh,
want.
nice.
Say whatever you want.
You said you're getting your vaccine. When are you
Oh, is
getting?
that what it is called? You see, I didn't know the Greek. I was too embarrassed to say it. But yeah.
Yeah, and
that's
NSC and enesis is injection. So καλή ένεση.
Thank you. I need it because I'm nervous about it, but I know I have to do it. So
It's good for you, Vicky.
I know.
Bed in half an hour.
I'm nerve-wracking.
Sydney.
I can't.
Vicky, I'm Chris Ponticus.
Chris.
Oh, there's
let's
Sula's
see.
on.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
rename
who
you
else is
so
on?
we know your last name. Let's
I
see,
saw somebody
and
mention my name.
I saw
And
it
you're in
Elias
Maryland,
Marcellus
right?
before.
Chris, you're in Maryland, right?
Yeah, I'm
Why
right
don't,
next
why
to
don't we
you,
get a bigger
actually.
page? But
Elias, you're in Athens. I'm gonna fix you.
I think one of the guys back there on the other side.
I think. Do you hear me?
Full screen.
Yes,
Um,
I hear you.
Okay, you see me?
I see you. Very good. Yes.
I think whoever said NSC, Involio is the
It is
word they use.
and volume.
Hello, Involio.
Yeah, Involio.
I'll take a
With-
break. and get
With,
into your
with
stuff
all
later.
the conspiracy theories that go along with it.
Get us off.
Plenty of them.
Yanni.
Guys, congratulations on a new president.
Thank you.
It is.
We need it.
I think
Thank
the
you.
world needs it.
Thank you.
Definitely.
I'll
So
introduce
let's
very
call him
happy.
Ratsimati.
Oh, me. Elias Marcellos from Athens.
you later to my set.
Hi, everybody.
We got him. We can see him twice. Two of you.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah.
I want to put my Greek, my maiden name on. How do I do that?
Just go to rename. Okay,
Yeah,
let me see.
somehow. That's just typical.
Did you find it? I can't even find you. There's too many faces.
Oh,
on your
Tita, I just see Tita,
I
yeah.
can rename you.
I can see
Vicky.
Chris.
What's your?
Vicky, I see
I
Vicky.
should be able to do it now. I found it. I'm Navromati.
Pizza there?
You want me to rename you? I've got your.
I found it.
Hula,
I'll put the Navromati in as well.
Okay.
hula.
That's the Catherian name.
Hello.
Elias.
Am I on or not?
Yes,
Oh, I
Peter,
can
you're
hear
on.
you.
Is that Peter that I heard?
Am I appearing in this? or not?
There you are.
Yes. Yes,
pretty
let's see. Peter, you're in
Hi,
Sydney, right?
Peter.
There's Tony.
Pete, are you in Australia or Kithira?
Are you talking to me?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm in Sydney. I'm in Sydney.
Sydney.
Yeah.
I'm adding
Hi.
that to yours right now.
Right. Hello, Peter. How are you? It's Emmanuel Fodoulis.
How are you, Manuel?
Good, thank you. I live in Randwick in Sydney.
Oh, we're not far apart.
The next screen.
I'm at Tony Conomos's house in Northbridge at the moment.
All right, I just came from.
John Mitchell.
I was visiting my son in Middle Cove.
All right, okay, yeah.
Hi,
Right.
Georgia.
Nina Conomos, where are you?
Hi, Georgia. You
I'm in
can't.
Randwick. I was just going to say, I heard
Oh, it's
Georgia,
nice
but I
to
don't
see
see you.
you.
Wait a minute, I gotta scroll over.
Okay.
Where are you from? I never knew of any other Conomoses in Sydney except my own.
I didn't change it.
We've been in Randwick for about 60 years.
Whereabouts in Randwick? Manuel here, he's in Randwick. I'm in Randwick. I'm a Fodoulis.
I'm in Ravenswood Avenue off Carrington Road, near Clovelly
Oh, I know where you are. Yeah, I'm in Rainbow Street, near on the corner of Avoca Street. Yeah, we're not far, we're neighbours.
Off the internet to bring you together.
Yeah, right. Everyone needs good
Where
neighbours.
is your family from?
Who's mine or yours? My parents came from Potamos, but
Oh,
my
so it's
father
up.
was here before the Second World War. My mother came just after the war. And we've lived in Sydney. I was born in Sydney. So were you in the country or something like that? Your family?
Yes, we were in Walgett. in northwest New
Well,
South Wales.
okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, because there's a few up north in Wee Waa and places like that.
We will, yeah.
Yes, my godmother that was my godmother's family. So we
Right,
were
yeah,
connected
yeah.
that way. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
All right.
So my father's from Calamos.
Yes.
You're from the
Calamos,
Potamos.
right,
From
okay.
Leslie.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah
and
there
you're
are
in
Calamos.
Northbridge. Whereabouts in Northbridge? Because I've got a very good friend in
Hi,
Camaruca.
Georgia.
Oh, Camaruca, yeah, it's near me. I'm you know, the old bridge.
And Chris.
Hi.
You go over the old bridge. When you get to the top, you turn left, then left again. And I'm on top of the bush there, the gully.
The first one past Woolworths.
Just past
Good night,
Woolworths.
part of the world.
That'll
Nice
be
part of
useful
the
for you Californians.
Oh, did I do that?
Well, Vicky, you've got John Minchin from Tasmania too, so
That's right.
we almost circled the globe.
That's right.
Wow.
Okay,
Tasmania.
I'm still admitting people and gosh, how many are we up to? I can't count.
And Angela Benaratos from Tasmania as well here.
Oh, okay.
My father was from Potamos, Zacharia Benaratos, and there are no other family members in Tasmania, but we know John and Christine Minchin, whose John's mum was a great friend of my mother's, but we're very alone down here at the bottom of the world.
Hang on, all my relatives are in Tasmania. The Casamati family. Do you not know them?
Who, sorry?
It's Nina Conomos here from Sydney. I said a large branch of my family of the Casamatis live in
I
Hobart.
definitely know the Casamatis, yes. No, grew up with the Casamatis for sure. In fact, Irani Casamati is a friend of mine who's living in Melbourne now as well. But
And
yes.
the Castricius, they're also from Tassie.
Yes, Castricius here. Definitely some Kithians in Tasmania.
Yeah.
They obviously have a big family reunion every year, and in January.
Ilina Popoise. I can't see you.
Who's that?
My cousin Elia. Where is he?
Yeah.
Okay, who is the person with
What's happened? Maybe
959? And I'll write your name.
maybe my internet is unstable.
Do you know how to change your name, or I can change it for you?
He's on.
Elias is on the bottom of page 1. On the bottom of page 1, Elias.
You know, my problem is that I have lost the full screen, and all I have are these little images on top of my screen. I don't quite know how to get you back.
Hit gallery view.
Go take gallery.
Gallery view.
Ah, now I've lost me completely. Can you hear me?
Right-hand
Yes.
corner. Go to the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and you should see it.
Corner.
Yeah.
No, that's not helping me. Oh, this is just dumb. Here I am, but I've lost it.
Jackson?
How many are on tonight, Vicky? How many are on?
We have
Sorry?
64.
How many?
Okay, if I can get everyone's attention for a minute. And when we have everyone's attention, because I'm going to try to help the people that haven't got their names.
Is that what you do?
And let's see, let me have
Quick, make it very quick. Quick.
let me have Sam mute everybody. I can't find the button here. to do
Anyway.
that.
Share
Could I
screen.
just quickly introduce my two
I've muted everyone, Vicky.
Do I have to unmute myself? Okay. All right. I'm going to, and Sam, are you unmuted too so you can hear me? Where's Sam? Nope, Sam's muted.
I can hear you. I'm here.
Okay,
I can
so
hear you.
I see somebody, a lady with headphones on, and
Right.
and I don't recognize her. I'm sorry. You
That's
can
okay.
unmute yourself and tell me
Right.
your name, and I'll write your name in there for you.
I don't think I'm muted. My name's
Oh.
Maruli.
What?
Uh-huh.
No, because it'll interfere with what I'm doing
And
here.
last name?
Tiffany.
You want to spell it for me?
Yes, TEFANI.
Uh-huh. Okay, and where are you from?
My mother is from Kithira.
But just you
she's-
right now. Where are
Oh,
you?
yes. Oh, I'm in Greece.
Oh, you're in Greece. Okay.
I'm in
good.
Greece.
Yes, I remember your name now that you say that on the registration
Yeah,
list, but I wanted to
right.
get your name up here so everybody else can see who you are and where you're from. So nice to meet you, Marili. I'm glad you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, and I also see a Nick down here with no photo. Nick, can you hear?
Yep, I can hear.
Nick, okay, so Nick, what's your last name?
Combis, Combis.
Ah, Combis, and where are you from?
From Lanyanica, Kithila.
Okay, so are you in Kithila now?
No, I'm in Brisbane now.
Brisbane, so I'm just gonna put Brisbane, and later we'll all share, and but for purposes of just today, we're gonna just put where you're from on your screen, so if somebody sees your name, they'll know where you are. Connie and Fawaz, that's my sister Connie and my brother-in-law. Do you know how to change your
I'll change it for him.
Okay, you can do that for them. And my
Vicky,
co-host
can you do
tonight-
Christine, please?
My co-host tonight, if you guys can also keep an eye on people coming in, because we all want to be admitting people. Now, somebody just said something. Who was that?
Yeah, Vicky, Patricia here.
Oh, Patricia, yes.
I've got Christine with me.
Okay, hang on. Where are you? I can't find you on the screen. Patricia,
Hello, cousin.
where'd you go?
Hi, Nick.
How are
Usually
you?
the person who's
Good.
talking.
Christine.
Up. Where are you? Oh my gosh. Oh, there you are. Okay. Christine, I see you now. So you want me to put Christine? Okay. And
Christine Sophius.
Another Sophius. Okay.
SOPH.
Okay.
SOPHIOS.
Got it. Okay. And so I've got both of your names down there now. Might be hard to see everybody, but that's okay.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, are you two related because you're both Sophiuses?
We have common relatives. Our fathers had the first same name and both from Logothetianica.
All right. Well, you're probably related to me too. Okay.
Yeah, more than likely.
So,
More than
before
likely.
we move on, I'm going to do a little bit more housekeeping here. So I'm going to share. Okay, let's see. Hang on. Okay.
Hello.
I'm going to share my screen real quick and go over a few things just to make sure everybody understands. Let's see. Here we go. And share. Okay, can everybody see my screen now?
Wow, yeah.
Okay, so at the bottom of my window here, you can see a bunch of buttons. And this first button that I'm pointing to shows participants. And right now you can see we are at 67 participants. That's pretty good. And I can see on my screen up to 49 people. And there's a little arrow over here where I can click and go to the next screen and see more people. Wow. No wonder I couldn't see some people. There's a lot of us. Look at that. We are filling up 2 screens tonight. This is pretty exciting. I get excited over little things. Oh, now we're up to 68. Oh, now we have more coming in. Okay, so that's participants. And if you click on that window, like I did, you will see a list of all the participants over on the right. And I'm scrolling up and down here, and you can probably see that. You can see people's names a little easier here, and you can see where they are from. So if you want to look at that. The next button is a chat window. And if you click on that, you can see that there are chats going on here. All right. And then let's see. Over here, do you see on your side, I want you to look to see if you see a button that says breakout rooms. I don't know if you have that capability.
No. You see that, yes.
Okay, you can, Sam, because you're a co-host.
Oh, true.
But I don't know if other people can. No. But anyway, we'll get to that.
No, Vicky, we cannot see it as
you
participants.
Okay. All right.
Julie Reed, do you see breakout room?
And the last one over here is reactions. And you can see there's all kinds of little emojis here that if you want to say something. And if you have a question and you want to talk, you can use this little raise hand emoji to say something. If you don't find that, you can also just raise your hand and talk that way. So that's that. I'm going to go ahead and quit sharing. There we go. All right, let's see. So just to kind of, we want to talk in a large group, but we also are going to break up into smaller rooms so everybody has more of a chance to, talk in small groups. We are going to have a few little updates. Many people on the survey, when they filled out the form rather, said that they wanted to hear updates on different things like the Migration Museum, the windmill situation, and Helen Georgopoulos is going to be giving those updates for us. But it's 5 a.m. in Athens right now, so she's going to probably be joining us in about a half hour to an hour. So poor thing, you know. So you guys in Sydney were the poor ones last time. This time it's the people in Greece and Europe that had to get up super early. Victor, you can have to unmute yourself.
Do I?
There you go.
No, I didn't unmute. Someone must have unmuted for me. Anyway, yes, on behalf of the Sydney people, I just wanted to thank you for giving us a decent time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday afternoon. It's bright and sunny, and we're all wide awake and ready to contribute. And we really appreciate not having to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning like the last time. Thank you.
That's good. Well, we're glad that you came again, and it looks like we've got a pretty good turnout from Sydney. And my
Yes.
co-hosts here, as I'm looking around, I can see there are still people that are not, do not have their location. Tina Damaris, I'm gonna, you want to add New York next to your location, or maybe I can do that for you real quick?
Okay.
I'll do that. I'll just put NY, New York. And Katerina, do you know how to do that, or do you want me to do that?
Why don't you do that?
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll do that.
I'm just across the bay from you, Vicky.
So do you want me to put San Francisco?
San Francisco, yeah.
Okay, I'll just put SF. That's close enough. She's in South San Francisco. And let's see, who else do we have? Let's see, Leonard, you're in Sydney, right? Leonard is muted, so he can-
You could put
Or
open
MB.
for me.
What's that?
Hear me?
I can hear you, Elias. And Nicholas Samuels,
Yeah,
you're
but
in Maryland,
you see
right?
me?
Yes, yes.
You see?
Okay. I think it's faster for me to do it because I know most people here. Sam, my dear cousin Sam, don't forget, I'll do you right now. San Jose. And let's
Sorry,
see.
thanks. Can you also, by the way, I'm chatting you. Can you add Tessie as a co-host? Since
What's
we're
that?
talking?
Say that again.
Add Tessie as a co-host.
Yeah, I did add her, didn't I? Tessie, are you a
Okay, good.
co-host? Oh, did you leave and come back in?
And I can't do it. I'm not allowed to
Thank
do
you
that.
for
I think
reminding
the
me.
host has to do it. The host has to
So
do it.
I have, so I explained to you guys what I'm doing here. I have some co-hosts, and I've got Megan, wherever she is, because I don't see her on this screen. Megan and Tessie and Sam are kind of the technical people. Terry is also going to be a co-host today, and Ted. And it just gives everybody gives me a little bit of help doing things, especially when it comes to putting us in breakout rooms or needing to mute people or change people's names and things like that. So let's see. I see Yanni Mavromatis, but he doesn't have his video on. Yanni, do you have a video today?
I'm trying to
You're trying to get it working?
open it. You think that is working now?
We still don't see you.
Yes.
No, we
Can you
don't
see
see
me?
you.
I don't know why it is not opening.
There's a button on the
video.
bottom left that says start video.
Yes, I'm pressing that, but it does not reacting. Anyway, I would like to say hello to everyone and send our love from Athens and Kythera, and looking forward to see you soon in Kythera.
Nope, us too. Just one second.
See that?
Got one more here. Okay, what I'll tell you what we're going to do. Give you a little brief rundown. Once we get all this technical stuff finished up, we're going to go around, and I'm just going to give everybody like 15 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever it takes, to say your name, where you're from, maybe something about your connection to Kythera. You could, where your family is from on the island, or, if some people here are not Kytherian. So what is your connection if you're not Kytherian? And then we'll do that. And then after we go through all of that, we'll go into some breakout rooms. Okay. So I'm kind of looking through here. We're looking pretty good. And
Vicky,
if you have
Vicky?
a question, if you have a technical difficulty in some way, text.
Vicky, we have one question from Angela. She raised her hand.
Angela. Where is it?
Yeah, only that I'm invited to a 50th birthday party, which is why I'm sitting in the car on the phone and have to go in a minute. So I just was happy to be part of it today, but I can't stay for very long, sadly. So thank you for doing such a wonderfully amazing thing. It's so lovely to connect with Kithirians from across the world. It
We're
reminded
glad
me.
you made it. And if you get done with your party, come back because you never know. We might still be here. The last Zoom we had, I was here for 6 hours, if you can believe it. I don't really plan to
Oh
be
my
here 6 hours
goodness.
tonight, but you know what happened is we started at it was 3 a.m. in Sydney when we started, and people started getting up about 6 o'clock and coming on. So I said, you know, as long as people are here, I'll stay. So check back. You never know.
Okay,
right.
thank you. Bye-bye all.
But thanks for coming.
Thank you.
So if you have any questions, technical difficulties, you can send Sam a text in the chat. He would be a good one to help you. All right. So let's go ahead and not sure the best way to do this. I'll tell you what, I will call on you because I know what I'm looking at on my screen. So I'm going to start with Tessie. And Tessie, you go ahead and, oh no, I'll start with me. What am I saying? I should start with myself.
Please start with you.
I guess I should. And plus I need to make some introductions. Okay, so I am Vicky Vretos Fraioli. Vretos was my father. He was not Kithirian. My mother's family was Kithirian. She was an Alfieris and her mother was a Colenso. So her mother, the Colenso side was from Cristoforianica and my papu's side was from Potamo. And we now have I used to think we didn't have any cousins, which was a joke, but now I'm related to everybody. And I have connected because of this huge tree that we have, thanks to Amalia Samios' help. I think I've got almost 10,000 on my tree now. You tell me you're a DNA match and give me a few details and I'll figure out how we're related. So it's been a lot of fun. So that's me. And I am also the president of the Kithirian Society of California here in California. And I want to introduce our past president because I just became president in September. And I think she is here. I let her in. Kathy, are you here somewhere? I saw her come in, but I don't see her. Kathy's staff. There she is. She's waving. Kathy, you want to unmute yourself? Let me see if I can unmute you. There you go.
I got it. Yep.
So Kathy, go ahead and introduce yourself while we're here.
Well, I'm in California in Livermore. I am Vicky's first cousin. Her mother and my father were brother and sister. Our family, the Alfieris, have been in California since early last century. We are a very small group in contrast to a lot of the people in Australia. And but we're very close, and this is the first time that we're been able to make contact with everyone else like this. And I think Vicky is so red hot about doing this that she's going to be doing this pretty frequently. So you have to think about, this will be like, these are meetings, right? So I wish everybody luck with this, and I'm glad to see everybody here.
All right, thank you, Kathy. And before Kathy was president, Elaine Mulos was president. And Elaine, shout out here so you'll come to the front wherever you are.
Absolutely. I'm here. I'm next to you on my screen, but someplace else on everybody else's, I guess. I live in San Jose now, San Jose, California. And yes, I've been involved with the Kithirian Society of California since I was a child. My father was a Kithirian, and his mother, my yaya, before that, Logotianica, was our village. So, and my godfather, who I was close to, was also a Kithirian and very, very proud of it, John Carbonas. So we welcome everybody. Vicky, I Kathy, think you're a rock star on this. It's really exciting to connect with the entire world when we're used to just our small little Kithirian group of 80 people from Northern California. So it's kind of fun to connect with everybody. So welcome. We're going to have a good time tonight. Good to see everybody.
Okay, and Elaine was our past president, but now she's our vice president. I forgot to say that.
Absolutely.
Our treasurer is Megan Pierce. And Megan, are you around here somewhere?
I'm right here. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I think I'm the newest member, one of the newest members of the Catherian Society of California. My father's family is from Quitera, and his mother's maiden name was Simos, and we're from Logothetyanica.
All right. Okay, and then another one of our board members is Tessie Caliguros. Tessie, you're somewhere around here.
I'm right next to you in the screen, but good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon across the world. This is super exciting. My first and last name, Tessie Caligeris. My father was born in Quitera in 1928, still living healthy from the small village of Pitsinyanica. I live here in the Half Moon Bay area near south of San Francisco. And I'm one of the newest members of the Catherian Society, but Catherian at heart, and have dual citizenship with my Merida in Quitera.
Thank you, Tessie. Okay, Ted Zamanis is another one of our first cousins, and he is our videographer. Ted, you got to unmute yourself. I can probably do that. You did it.
Hi, I'm Ted Zamanis. I'm in Redwood City, 15 miles south of San Francisco. And Vicky is my first cousin, as I got a lot of first cousins here. And I have the same grandparents. And it's good to see you all. This is very nice. Thank you.
Okay, and Terry, where are you, Terry?
I'm right here.
There you are. Okay. Terry's a second cousin.
Yes, so my name is Terry Plenzos Panegas. My father was born in Quitera in 1905 in Cristoforianica, which I maintain is the most beautiful village in all of Quitera. And my grandmother was a Culendianos. And I live in Sacramento, California, which is the capital. I'm about, an hour and a half from San Francisco and about an hour north of where Vicky lives. And I was married in Kalamata 5.5 years ago to my husband, Tom, who is an honorary Catherian. So that's it.
Okay, and Cynthia. Cynthia, where are you?
Right here. I'm Cynthia Cavalinas Jarvis, and my grandfather emigrated to the US on September 10th, 1903. He arrived at Ellis Island, and he made his home then. I think he was like 19 or 20 years old. He made his home in Chicago, where he raised his family, my father, and where I grew up and spent the first 28 years, and I now live in Los Angeles.
All righty. Okay, did I miss anybody of our board members here? I think I got everyone that's here. Okay, so I'm going to move on to Mike Mavromatis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Right. I'm living in Perth, Australia. My grandfather was Michali Mavromatis from Pits and Others, and my father left there as a young boy and came to Brisbane and then across to Western Australia. He's lived here ever since.
Okay, John Casimatis.
Well, there's two of us on there, so go ahead, John.
John.
Oh, there's two Johns. Okay, I can't see.
I believe that's my cousin that's on there. Greetings from New York, and I believe if anybody on here is related to any one of the dozens of Casimati clans, please send me a note, because I'm sure somewhere or other we're all related. Our nickname was Zamudis, and the first ones that got to New York was in the 1880s, and we've been here ever since. My dad migrated here in 1916, and my Uncle John was here before in the 1800s, and he went back and got himself killed in the First Balkan War. But other than that, we've been around a long time, and I'm glad to see all these Catherians. I think it's great. Tasmania? We made it that far?
Tasmania and Perth. Perth is even farther.
Is it really on the west? That's my dream. I want to come down under. I really do.
I just
really
realized I
wanna
forgot
come to
Ted
Astoria.
Leonis up here. He's another one of our board members. Were you finished, John? I'm sorry.
I'm all done.
Okay. Ted, can you unmute yourself? Usually I can unmute you for some reason. Doesn't want to let me.
And don't forget Joanne.
Then Joanne, that's right. See, that's why I need help, guys. You know, I'm scatterbrained here. I'm trying to figure out this chat thing here too.
Hello, Vicky. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thank
Okay.
you.
So Ted Leonis, I was born in San Francisco. My grandparents were from Potamos and Cristoforianica. And of course, I'm related to Vicky and Terry and Ted Zeminis. That's all I could think of. But I'm in Granite Bay, which is almost by Sacramento, California now. And I plan on being in Kefira this summer. That's it.
Thanks,
And Jackie, did you want to say anything?
No, my family's from the island of Crete, 60 miles by ferry from Kefira, and I do plan to go this summer. And I'm connected to the Catherian Society because I'm engaged to Ted Leonis.
Okay, and another one of our board members is Joanne Cavaleras from San Jose. Joanne, sorry, I forgot you.
Oh, no problem. A little of me goes a long way, so don't worry about it. I'm Joanne. Mavramati was my maiden name. I'm Cavaleras. My dad was born in 1904 in Cristoforianica. And my paternal grandma was a Caminas. She was one of the sisters. And I'm born and raised in San Francisco, and Dad and Mom used to take me every year to the Panayiri since I was a very young person. Live in San Jose, California, and I'm happy to see everyone.
Great. Okay, I'm going to go back up. Tony Conomus, you're up. You have to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Tony, unmute yourself.
Yeah, there you go. How's that?
There you go.
Right. Hi, guys. Tony Conomos from Sydney, Australia. Thank you very much, Vicky, for your efforts with this. Very commendable. You've done a fantastic job. My parents are from Potamos in Canada, and I was born in Australia, of course. And I've actually got someone else here with me, Emmanuel Fardulis, a former workmate of mine. He claims to be Catherian.
Related to him, but I deny all of that. He denies all of that.
I don't want to know him. But anyway, but I'll say hello to John Conomos there. I can see him there because John, I knew your father, Tasso, grandmother, Penelope, very well. I used to, every time I used to go to San Francisco for work, I used to get on a Greyhound bus and go down to San Jose to see her. She was a lovely lady. I really miss your grandmother. And I know your Auntie Chris very well too. She's been to Australia. She stayed with us. I'll talk to you later, but here's Emmanuel. He's from Potamos, right?
Well, yeah, Yothia Penelope was my nonna's sister. My nonna passed away 102 years old, 102 and a half, but I think the Penelope was 108 when she passed. So we've got longevity in the family somewhere along the line in Kithara.
Oh, I hope so.
Anyway, it's Emmanuel Fardulis I was born in Kingaroy, Queensland, which is about 150 miles northwest of Brisbane, and came down to Sydney when I was 2 weeks old and lived in Randwick, which is a big suburb in central Sydney. And my papa Fardulis was from Potamo, and my iya was from Nicaragua, Bangiatica. She was a Vangi. And this is my first time I've ever been on this Zoom, so it's really great to see everybody.
It's great to have you join us.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Tony Zaglis. Unmute yourself.
Hi, Vicky. Thanks for organising everything. My name is Tony Zaglis. I live in Bondi, near Bondi Beach in Sydney, about 4 or 5 minutes walk.
Can you speak up a little bit, Tony? We don't hear you very well.
Is that a bit better?
Not much. Can everybody else hear him?
Yes.
You guys hear him well? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
he's
Okay, go
muted.
ahead, Tony. Oh, now we can't hear you at all. You're muted. You're muted now.
Okay, is that
There you
better?
go. That's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was born in Zaglanicanica, Kithira in 1954. My father, Cosmas, or Charlie, some people called him, he was born in 1895 in Zaglanicanica as well, and he came to Australia in 1911. He then moved to Sydney in about 1920. My mother is not Kithirian, she's in actual fact from Vatica, a place called Lucky. And they sort of somehow got together when Dad attended Tanaia's celebrations in Lucky. Somebody must have taken them across that knew him or was related, and they got engaged in about 1950, late 53, probably, and got married in about 54. I came to Australia in 1966 because my father decided that he wanted me to learn Greek, and I had to finish primary school in Potamos. So at the end of 66, we got on the Patrice, the boat, the Chandrish Line, and we landed in Sydney on December the 2nd, 1966, which then was partial straight into high school in 1967. And my brother is most of the time in Greece, in Kypros, but sometimes he goes across to Lucky as well, where Mum comes from, to take care of some properties and stuff that we have there. And but he hasn't been here for quite a while, and given COVID now, he may not be here for another few years. We don't know. Anyway, that's about it. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move on to Mia Mattis. Let's see if you can unmute. Oh, you're still muted.
Delicious.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mia Mattis. I'm in San Francisco, but my mom is from Kithira. She's from Pitsinyanika. Last name was Kaligeros Bayogu. And my grandmother, Casimatis, and then my tia that my mom came to live with in San Francisco was Calokerinos, Caliopi Calokerinos.
Thank you, Mia. Okay, Julie. Got to unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. Hi, how are you all? I'm Julie Duveas. My maiden name is Stratigos. My father, George Stratigos, was born, hi, Tina, in Milopotamos in 1931. His siblings still live there in the summer, and we try to visit as often as we can. Of course, the last summer wasn't happening for anyone, but we hope in the next couple of years to go back. Right now we're in New York, and I have 2 children. One will be off to college in the fall, and the one the year after that. So we'll see where life takes us all.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Julie Reed. Unmute. Oops, you're muted. Julie Reed, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I am the niece of Vicky Frioli. So my mom, Connie, is Vicky's sister. So yeah, and I love Kithira. I've been there 3 times. Also fun to connect with all the Australian Kithirians. We visited Australia 2017, I think it was, and I see some like Maria Lundy and some other Australians. It's fun to see. Hi, Maria. So just nice to connect with everybody.
Thanks for coming, Julie. Okay,
Sure.
Maria Lundy. Maria Lundy.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Thought you were doing all the people from the US, but I'm happy to speak. Okay, my name is Maria Londi. Londi is short for Leandaraki. My father was born in Stafyanica, which is right next to Carbonades. And he came to Australia in 1920. My mother is from Mitata, and all of my mother's family live in Australia. My mother came to Australia in 1946, and then they married. And what else did you want to know, Vicky?
That's good because, you know, we probably should try to keep it a little more brief because it's going to take a long time to get through everyone. But yeah, so let's, I mean, it's great hearing everything, but I'm going to ask everybody to keep it a little shorter so that we can get through the people and then go into our breakout rooms. I'm going to move up to.
Hey, Vicky, the only thing I think are the names. As I said, Leandarakis, Londi, my father, and from my mother, Saltis.
Saltis.
So, yeah, Saltis from Mitata.
Great.
Because there could be others on the.
Make that connection. Okay, Vasily Zarifis.
Hey, everybody. First time in the group. I'm happy to see all these happy faces around the world. I'm in California, very close to a lot of people, as you heard. I have a different story, and Vicky knows a little bit about it. I'm tracing to my great-great-grandfather Vlandis, born in Caloquirines. And in 1864 or something like that, maybe around a little earlier, they moved the whole family, or maybe himself, I don't know yet, to Asia Minor in Smyrna. And that's where the rest of the family started. And from that, after the 1920 catastrophe, they scattered. Myself, obviously, you know, grew up in Greece, but I'm in the US for the last, I don't know, 40 years, 39 years. Anyway, the funny thing is that the first connection to all that is through a DNA connection to Vicky. And that got me started to all these groups. Happy to see you. I'm sorry.
You connected to a good person there.
And a neighbor. I mean, I can drive if I'm allowed to drive and meet you.
Absolutely.
All right. Happy to see everybody. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Okay, Conoroni, I think you and I may have chatted through Ancestry because I think you're one of my DNA matches. Did I send you a message? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, Vicky. Thanks for putting this on. Yes, so my grandfather, Panayoti, came out from Aronyadaka to Australia in 1900. I think he donated the land for the hospital in Kithara, just north of Aronyadaka. And his father's land is where the supermarket is. They had an aklada tree there. My grandmother was a Mavromati, and I think I'm a cousin to Mike Mattis, who just spoke previously. We haven't spoken ever before, so this is fantastic. And she was a Mavromati. I'm a cardiologist in Brisbane, and I wrote a book about my Asia Minor mother, who was from Asia Minor, and I'm currently writing a book about Kithara called the Anzac, the Evzone, and the Oracle. So lovely that you put this on. Thank you.
Wonderful. We have several authors here today, by the way. Okay, Diane Homburg, you got to unmute.
Yes, okay. I'm Diane Homburg from actually Glen Burnie, Maryland, which is just south of Baltimore. And all four of my grandparents were born in Kithara. They immigrated in the early 1900s. They were from Potamo, Yepelia, and Carava.
Thank you. And did you say that you're the president of?
I did not. I'm the president of the Kitharian Brotherhood in Baltimore, Maryland.
Thank you.
And I have been for many years, actually a couple decades. And every time somebody else became president, they died.
Oh, no.
So I said, I'm not giving it up until I die. So right now, my daughter's secretary, Titsa, who's on here, is vice president. And we're still working on treasurer.
What's your Kitharian surname? What's your Kitharian surname?
Megalokonomos.
Sorry?
Megalokonomos.
Oh,
Megalokonomos. Yeah, Megalokonomos. Okay, next is my sister, Connie. Connie, unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Hi, everybody. Nice to see everybody. You already know about me. I'm Vicky's sister. So I thought I only had 16 first cousins. Now I discover I have thousands thanks to Vicky's DNA. And it's really fun to meet all these new people. And this is my husband, Fawaz. He's an honorary Kitharian. And we went to Kitharia one time, and it was wonderful. We had a wonderful time.
At our, the Kitharian Society of California is not like, the Sydney group or the Brisbane group that have all kinds of events. We have one event usually a year, and that's a Panayiti. And at that Panayiri, we award a honorary Catherian award to somebody who's not Catherian, who has always been helpful. And so several of those are here, actually. Terry's husband and Fawaz and Jackie was an honorary Catherian. So when you hear that, that's where that came from. Okay, Kyriaki Mavromatis. Unmute yourself. Can you unmute?
Kyriaki.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. There you go. Yep.
Well, I'm Kyriaki Mavromati from Sydney. That's my maiden name. I was born in Nara, which is down on the south coast, and a question arose. I wondered how many Catherian Americans actually were born in the country regions. Like Nina was born in Walgett. Many of us were born outside of the city, and then we came back in. My father came to Australia, he's from Pittsburgh, and he came to Australia in 1937, and my mother is from Nivali. Her surname was Petrohilos, and she came to Australia in 1947, and they met here, and the rest is history. So lovely to meet you all, and there you go.
Kyriaki. Okay, John Minchin. John is my 7th cousin.
Hello,
And we have
everyone.
visited them twice in Tasmania. Okay, John.
Hi. This is really good, Vicky, so thanks for organising it. I've got 2 Catherian ancestors, direct ones, my grandfather Peter Stathis from Keramuto and my grandmother Stamatuna Klensos from Potamo.
All righty. Yes. Go to Vicky Demos, who's also a cousin, a Kalenzos cousin.
Yes. My mother's mother is from Cristoforayanica. She was a Clensos. And my grandfather, my mother's father, was from Potamos, and he was a Cavacos, and he was also from Smyrna. And he came beginning of the 20th century. And in that first decade, my grandmother came about 1918 for the second time to marry. She came the second time to marry. My husband is an honorary Catherian, and he is Fred Peterson sitting next to me.
Thank you, Vicky. Okay, skipping over to Victor and Kathy. Everybody knows Victor and Kathy. They have hosted us at their home in Sydney twice for a very long time. I mean, whose house do you go to and stay for a month? I mean, you know, we are very lucky to have them in our lives. They're wonderful. And Victor was the president. If you don't know this already, he was the president of the Catherian Association of Australia for, I don't know, 18 years. Okay, Victor.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, and to everybody over there, the different time zones. As I said, thank you to Vicky for putting this on at a decent time. My heritage is from Kiprotianica and Alosianica. Mother's side was an Alosianica, but father came here in 1927 as a 15-year-old boy. My mother was born here, and you know, she passed away a little while ago. But that side of the family goes back quite a long way. My wife Kathy here, her maiden name was Vardas. So that's from the village of Katuni near the bridge. And we've visited Kithera on a regular basis up until COVID. But we're happy to host anybody here, especially Vicky and Tom. Tom was so willing to cook for us that we were prepared to have them for a month. And that was very nice. Thank you.
Hang on, and my mother was from Milpotamo.
Oh, yes,
she
I
was
forgot.
from Tatohora. So the horses and that, we have to be related because my mother was a Pateras.
And I do feel a little bit inadequate, or some of the rest of us that are not related to Vicky, we feel a bit out of it, but doesn't matter. We'll try and, you know, we'll try and carry on with the rest of the Fraioli family, the Clensos family and the Alfieras family. We'll try to mingle in a little bit better with them.
Well, Victor, you know, we are a DNA match, so we are related. We just have to figure it out. Probably
Right.
through Frilingos or something like that. I see that Sharon has her hand up. Sharon, did you want to say something?
Yeah, look, I'm Sharon Olsen. I'm actually in Adelaide, but from Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. My father was from Mitata. I didn't meet him till I was 31, and then went to meet my family and have been back to Kisra 4 times. I'm not sure how. This is the first time I'm here, and I'm not sure what happens, whether I've noticed you're asking people to talk. I didn't know whether I was registered in or not, and I've just found this hand thing. So that's why I put my hand up.
I'm just kind of going by my screen because everybody's screens look different when you look at them. So I'm kind of going by my screen, but that's okay. I don't remember seeing your name though. Sharon, how did you find out about this?
I'm a member of the Catherian Association and the Catherian Family Network, and
they sent it out.
I
Okay,
was sent.
great.
I was sent the link, and I think you actually sent the link.
Did I send it? Okay. Yeah, we had about 115 people register. I'm pretty good at remembering all 115, but I think I forgot about you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All righty. Let me see. Where am I here? I am going to go to, let's go to Andrew Galakatos. You have to unmute yourself.
I got it. Great. Hey, listen, we have the San Luis Catherian Society, and we have names, Catherian names like Cerise, Spanos, Leoncinis, and Casamatis with a C. I see all these with the K. Anyway, my grandparents and parents came to this country in 1913, and just to narrow it down there, I have 4 kids, and Teresa Galakatos is on there, and I also see a cousin, Kotaikis, on there somewhere. But the most exciting international trip that we took in June 2018 was to Quito. And, you know, to go over our ancestry, we went to every church, every chapel, every cemetery, and we finally found the Galakatoses. So anyway, Vicky, congratulations on putting this together.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Is the St. Louis group still active?
Oh, yes. We meet once a year. We have a dinner. We have a lunch. Well, before COVID, we used to get together. And like I said, all those names, I'm a name dropper, and those were, you know, the classic names. And
who is your president?
President is a guy named John Cerise.
Okay. I'm going to email you after this Zoom because I try to keep in contact with all the different associations, and I've never been able to get in touch with any of the, you know, the board members on.
Well, right now you got a member of that society, and a couple members there with the Galakatoses. So
and I
again,
know
thank
Paula
you.
And her, yep. And I know Chris, because Paula's out here now. Paula, since we're talking about you, why don't we let you go next?
Hi, I'm Paula Kotakis. Hi, Andrew. My cousin Andrew Galakatos in St. Louis. My father, Andrew Kotakis, is asleep right now, so I'm kind of talking for him. Nene came from Christophoranica, and Papu came from Smyrna. So that's,
all right.
That's it.
Okay, I'm going to jump back again, and I'm going to go to Titsa Kapsanis. Titsa, we probably are related on the Kapsani side because I've got a lot of Kapsanises too. And you're muted though. You're muted, Titsa. Can you unmute? We can't hear you. Uh-oh, she doesn't realize it. Tina, we can't hear you. Let's see. I used
forgot. Sorry about
there
that.
There you go.
Yeah, I was saying that in Greece they spell Kapsanis with a K, and for whatever reason it got changed to a C when my father came here. We have Catherian ancestry on both sides. The Cavacos were related to Vicky Demas and others that are on the screen too, and the Coronius family, also located in Sydney, and Cavacos, I think I mentioned, and I'm the vice president of the Baltimore Catherian Society. And I'm thrilled to be here. And thank you again, Vicki, for putting this together.
Glad you came. Okay, Elias.
Yes, you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Elias Blanton. I've got two Eliases. Let me go to Elias Blanton first. Elias, you have to unmute. There you go. Oh, I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Elias Blanton, unmute. There we go.
Yes?
There we go. Here you
Okay. Hi, I'm Elias Blanton. I live in Maryland, right outside of Washington, D.C. My one grandmother was Paspalis from Logothetianica. My other grandmother was Glitsos, who was actually from Smyrna, but ultimately from either Kypriotianica or Dokana. I go regularly. I'm a Catherian nut. I read about it. I do lots of DNA. Everybody's interrelated. I've given up figuring out the exact relations. And that's me, 5 words or less.
Except me. We haven't given up on figuring out how we're cousins, right, Elias? Right. Okay. The other Elias now, Elias Marcellus.
Originally.
Yeah. Hello, Vicky. Good morning from Athens.
Now, I
my
don't
name
see you
is
now,
Elias
Elias.
Marcellus.
Oh, wait a minute.
Elias.
Do you have two pictures this time?
Go to page 2.
Oh, page 2. Okay, thanks, Sam. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. My name is Elias Marcellus. Elias comes from Pitsinades, Mavromatis family, and Marcellus from Fratia, Marcellus family. I was born in Fratia, Kythira. So thanks for the invitation and congratulations, Vicky, for your activities to bring all of us again, Kytherians and Philokytherians, closer and closer together from all over the world during our global Zoom.
Thank you, Elias. Okay, Maria Dimitratos.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm from Sydney, born and bred in Sydney. Dimitratos is my maiden name. Michaelidis is my married name. And I put Dimitratos up because some people from Sydney would know me. My dad though is not Catherian, he was from Kefalonia. My grandparents from my mother's side, my grandfather was at Theodorakakis. The Paratsouklion nickname was Cordato. So when he came in 1903, and a lot of the male family members came as well, they took on the name Cordato. So mainly in New South Wales and from country New South Wales, but then from Sydney. So Cordato was a surname. And my grandmother was a Mazaraki, also from Potamo. So Vicky, thanks for organising this. And I know we're not related, but we've got the Alifieris family in common. But I don't know, I've put my ancestry DNA in, so haven't got the results yet. So you never know.
I think we probably are, to tell you the truth, because I'm related to a lot of people on your tree. So we'll figure it out. Okay, Tina Vrantis, go ahead and unmute yourself. She's a 7th cousin too. Oh, you're still muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, lovely. Well, hello to everybody. Thanks, Vicky, for organising this wonderful affair. And I'm finding more and more relatives as I hear names and whatnot. My ancestry is from Kasimati with a C, from Katolivadi. My grandfather had a nickname of Petalotis. My mum's family is from the northern part of the island, Komano. Their nickname was Duri, from Durianica. And my grandfather and his siblings were stonemasons. I live in Sydney, and I'm married to Emmanuel Brontes, who's from the island of Kos.
Thank you. Great. Okay, Lynn, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Marco, lovely to meet you. It's my first time coming online, so very lovely to see you all. I've carried this rather mysterious name and haven't only really had anecdotal connections that it was my grandfather from, I think, Verotica Spiros. So my dad was born in 1928 in Johannesburg, South Africa. And so I've always had very deep connection with Greece, and love to learn more. But thanks for having me and for sending out those wonderful newsletters every now and then. It's great to read. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Leonard.
Hi, everyone. Well, you may think I'm not connected to you, but I am, at least spiritually. No, I'm not Catherian, regrettably. Wish I was. Like to be an honorary one. I'm a historian at Macquarie University, and I work with Effie Alexakis. We've been researching the Greek-Australian presence since 1982, and it's wonderful to see many people who I know on this particular meeting. And hopefully those who we don't know, one day will get to see you and talk to you about your forebears and your experiences.
And I just happen to have Leonard's book right here. Right here, this wonderful book. It's a great resource. And I know, let's see, Kiriaki's parents' pictures in here and lots of other people. I just want to mention there's another person on our group here, Tarni Zimiras, and her grandfather also had a cafe. So you might want to chat with her. Okay, let's see. Nina Konomos.
Hi, everybody. My name in Greek is Urania Megalokonomou, quite different from Nina Konomos, but Konomos is my maiden name, and I married a Konomos. My father left Kalamos in 1914 and came to Australia, then returned in 1938 and married my mother from Livadi, who was a Haros, and her father had the olive oil factory in Livadi, which is still running by my cousin Gavrili Haros. I think a lot of you would know it, opposite the Shell station in Livadi if you go to Kithira. So that's my direct connection with Kithira. And like Kathy and Victor, try and get there as often as we can before COVID put a stop to that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And thanks, Vicky. You're doing a great job here. Really enjoying it. Thank you.
Thanks. Katerina Lefteris.
Hello, everyone. I have a feeling I'm related to almost all of you. My father is Vasili Lefteri from Livadi. He was born in Cataluzianica, Livadi, Kithira. My grandmother was from Tsigalaria. She is a Kasimatis. She is one of 5, and 1 or 2 of her siblings went back in like the 20s, actually immigrated to Australia, to Rose Bay, as well as Melbourne. And so I have a feeling I have a lot of cousins in Australia that I have never met. Also the Praneas family. My daughter had a lot of connections with the Praneas families in Australia through our church, actually, and through the many trips we took to Kithira. And George Stratigos, I think there was someone who is a child of George Stratigos, was one of my father's best friends. And so, yeah, we have a lot of connection with Kithira. And I was actually baptized in Mertidia when I was a child.
That's great.
Beautiful.
Okay, Nikos Lurandos, glad that you joined us from Athens so early this morning. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello. I'm Nicholas Lurantos. I was born in Australia, son of an immigrant who decided to come back to Greece and become the teacher of his village. My father used to be the teacher of Hora, and he's operating at the moment, being a pensioner, the Heritage Collection in Hora. Some people might know him. He's Jim Lurantos. His nickname is Daskalos. The family comes originally from Kalisperianica on my father's side. On my grandmother's side, we're related to the Samios Kotsifos from Hora. I just finished my doctorate on Kithiran immigrants, and actually I can see a lot of people that probably are related to me and did help me directly or indirectly. The thing is that I've been trying for the past few years to do historical research on Kythera and Smyrna, and have been doing some progress. And that's about it. Thank you. The only other thing is that I've been able to be connected to a lot of people thanks to the fact that my father had 9 sisters.
By any chance, are any of those sisters Kula and Violetta?
Yes, exactly. You know them.
Modesto, where I am.
I know.
I know them well. That's great. When you said 9 sisters, I said, okay, well, of course, everybody, they all had a lot.
Yeah.
But even so, that's great. Okay, I think I'm going to do a couple of more, and then what we'll do is we'll just break out into a breakout room, and then we'll come back again, and then we'll do some more introductions again, since it's taking a little bit long. I don't want anybody to miss out on breakout rooms. So let's have Anna Katsoulis. She is from Ontario, Canada. She is our one Canadian here, so we're really excited to have you here.
Hi, I'm Anna Katsoulis. Yes, I'm just outside of Toronto, Ontario, and I don't believe there's any type of Kytherian association here at all. I don't know of any from my father's island. So my dad is from Kythera, from Francia specifically. I think Mr. Marcelos, Elias Marcelos, probably knows my dad actually. Theodoros Petrochilos. He came to Canada when he was a young man. He actually met my mom on the boat coming over to Canada. They got married and they had 2 children, and here we are. I have an uncle remaining here in Canada, and I have an aunt in Wollongong, Australia, remaining from there.
That's great.
And it's my first time here, so I'm very happy to be connecting to people that I may be related to.
Did you hear about this through KytheraFamily.net, the newsletter?
No, I think it was through Facebook, through my Kythera site. Yeah.
Great, great. Yeah, I posted it there.
Yeah, that was good because I've never
James
known about this.
sent it out. You know, I think the first one I sent out probably about 500 personal emails, and I posted it on Facebook and I asked people to share it. But this last time, James Pranea said, "Do you want me to send it out as a newsletter?" And I said, yes. And he goes, "There's like 1,800 people on the list." I said, "Hey, way to go." So I think we got a few more people through the newsletter.
Cool.
Okay, I'm going to do, actually, I think we'll do one more, and I'm going to start getting a breakout room ready. And we'll see how this works. Let me see. How many people do we have right now, Sam? Where's our participant?
73.
73. So let's say we do 8 groups, and we'll see what happens. And what happened last time is I have people assigned to rooms automatically, and you go into a room, and then we tried to redo it and have everybody automatically go into another room, but people get going back into the same room. So if that happens again several times, what we will do is we'll try to allow you to go into your own room. So we're going to play around with that. So right now I'm going to create these rooms. And I'm kind of looking this over. Actually, while I'm creating these rooms, I'm going to have, let's see, who hasn't talked yet? Let's have Apostolos. How about you? How about if you go ahead, unmute yourself and talk? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah. Hello to everybody. I'm so glad to participate once more. Thank you a lot, Vicky. Couple of years before, in 1615, the 7th century, a Condessa left Venezia and reached Kythera, Logotetianica, and got married with Giovanni Logoteti. And it's the strange thing that she gave her name to her son. So Archondou, Archondessa, Archondos, Archondoulis. So Giovanni Logoteti, Archondoulis, and then Mulo. And then we got this surname lately, Mulo Arcondulis, and then lately we got rid of Mulos and we kept Arcondulis. From my my mother is a Comminos. My grandfather is Apostolos Comminos, and his brother was Thodoros Comminos Duris, the one that gave the name to Durianica. So, and of course, I'm a Suris from my father. So, Mulos Arcondulis, and in the early years, Logotheti, surely Logothetianica, and Comminos. And I live in Athens. I'm very glad to meet you again.
Thanks, Apostolos. Okay, I'm ready to go. I'm going to throw you guys all into a room. You're going to be in that room for 5 minutes, and then you will get a little notification saying that it's time to close the room. You don't have to do anything. I will bring everybody back to the main session. Okay, see you guys in a few minutes.
Thank you.
We're going to go into a room.
Yeah. Here we are.
Which room are we in?
Oh, here we are.
Was that?
Yeah, she's moved us around.
Was that?
So it looks like we did not get assigned to a room. So I might just keep us here.
We have to pick our own rooms. Didn't you say, Vicki?
Well, no, not yet. I'm going to assign some people to rooms real quick. Let's see. I'm just kind of randomly doing this. And I might just leave a few people in here and we'll just call this a room.
Yaki, can you hear me? No.
Gone.
Gone. Let's see. All right, why don't we just stay here? This is our first one, although Elias is not actually here. Elias is on two computers, and this one he's kind of forgotten about. So, Paula, it's so nice to see you. Why doesn't everybody go ahead and unmute themselves so that we can talk?
Right.
Nice to see you as well.
It's been a long time. How are you and your dad doing?
Well, Dad's 93. He he's hanging in there somehow.
That's amazing.
Does he live on his own, or is who is he with you?
Yeah, with me, yes, and my husband as well. Yes, and we've been together since 1988. But he's a little bit less mobile now.
Is your husband here now in the States?
He is, yes.
Oh, that's great. See, that's how long it's been since we've talked.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you remember Terry? Did you ever meet Terry?
Yes, I think we met.
Yes.
Was it at the Kitherian luncheon?
It was.
Yes.
It was. And I think with the people that are here today, I'm closest with you, Terry, I think. Related?
I think, yes, we're related because I'm from Christoforianica also, and I'm a Clensos.
Yeah.
Nina and Manuel, how you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing well. Thank you. We're very happy being here in the afternoon, and I didn't make it to the last one. It was the 3 a.m. one, so we appreciate that consideration. Yeah. We're still keeping in touch with relatives on Kithera just to see how they're going, and we heard they took the vaccine there, I think this week it was, or last week.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are they giving it in Australia?
No, we're not till February, March, so we don't have it yet.
We're waiting for everybody to poison themselves and then we'll decide.
I know how you feel about that. It's like, I want to get it, but at the same time, I am so nervous. Everybody says, my sister got hers, and she goes, I didn't even know they gave it to me. I go, I just think I'm going to have a panic attack when I get down there because I'm just a baby. I don't like shots. It's not that I don't like the shots. I'm always worried that I'm going to have a reaction. So I know that my heart will probably be pounding because I'm scared. You know, I'm just a big baby. So
I think there are a lot of people thinking that way too,
Yeah.
especially older people. After they heard about the reports from Norway, they just decided they wouldn't go for it and they just wait. So
no, I didn't hear about the reports from Norway. Do I want to?
Other conditions.
Well, I took the vaccine, and I think I'm growing some horns.
well,
wife
I'm
and I-
having to grow some hair.
I
wife and I
have to
took ours
say,
today.
the conspiracy theories that I heard from relatives and friends in Greece are beyond belief. I mean, how do we believe these things? A vaccine is a vaccine, and it's an inert vaccine. There's no live virus in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Excuse me, I have a question. Is it Julie?
Yes.
Julie DeVere?
Yes.
Julie, you have a Stratigos connection. Are you from Hippopotamus?
Milopotamos, yes.
Yes.
My father was, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, my father was born in Milopotamos, and we still, well, I don't, but my uncles have the family house there still. And we visit.
Right. I think one member of your family was a doctor, or
My father was an oral surgeon.
Right. Yeah. Very,
Yes.
very terrific family, Julie.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. No,
Julie,
great.
the Vlachoyanides from Milopotamo?
I'm sorry, Vlachoyani from Milopotamo?
Yes.
I don't know Vlachoyani from Milopotamo, but very interesting.
Near the old art school on the
I'm
way
sorry?
down. Near the old art school on the way down to Katuhora.
Did they free?
Okay, I think our time is about up. I think
Yeah.
I'm going to test this out. I'm going to close the rooms. I think everybody has 10 seconds. Ted, did you say you got the
Kathy
vaccine?
and I both got our shots today.
Oh,
and my
today.
ears and her ears are ringing like crazy.
Oh, really? You know, somebody else told me that.
Oh, God.
Here we are again.
Nina,
We're
come on.
back.
Do you want to send me your phone number, or can I give you mine?
Yeah, I can't do personal messages on this chat. It goes to everyone, but yeah, did send it to me. I'll give you a call.
Yeah, but I can't send it on
Okay,
here.
Tony, send me an
Timer.
email and I'll send it to both of you guys. Okay?
Vicky,
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Vicky, is there any way on the chat? There's some people I'd like to talk to directly, but it only seems that it allows me to do everyone or one of the.
So hover over their picture, and there's 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner, and it'll say chat, and you can chat with that individual person.
Or you could have a pull down where everybody is. There
okay,
should be an
thanks.
arrow pointing downwards.
Yeah, you can also go to the chat, hit the chat bar, the chat thing will come up, and then you can pull the pull down below where you type in, and instead of having it say everyone, you can choose from the list of all the individuals. So there's 2 ways, at least 2 ways to do that.
Yeah, Sam, that's not working for some reason.
It wasn't working for me before, but now I just tried it with you, Sam. It seemed like it worked.
It's working
I think
for
it
me.
only works,
That's
Sam,
co-host.
it's working for you because you're a co-host.
Could
I
be,
think
could be.
it's not for
But
everyone.
I'm
You
hearing,
can't,
so Julie, is it not working for you?
no, it's not working for me. I can only see all the people who are the co-hosts.
Right, me as well.
So what about if you hover over the 3 dots, do you see
Yeah,
chat?
it doesn't matter. I tried to chat my parents and I can't.
Okay, so Vicky, that's how you set up the meeting. So you have to, that has to do with your preferences in the Zoom, in your Zoom account.
Okay.
So we'll have to go through that next time to be able to make sure that you can chat individual folks, allow
All right.
people, attendees to chat individual folks.
But I was able to do it earlier and now it just doesn't.
I'm able to do it right now. I'm chatting with people confidentially and I can see everyone too.
He's blocked me.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at my settings. I'm going to look this over, but I'm going to also,
personal.
Helen Georgopoulos, you're on here somewhere, right? Actually, you're probably muted, but I see your name. Are you here?
I'm here, Vicky.
Oh, where? Okay.
On my screen, I'm right next to you on my screen.
You're not next to me on my screen. I'm looking for you. Where are you? Okay. Well, I can hear you. So
Hi, Helen. Yaso, Helen. Yaso, Lenny.
We really miss you. We miss you terribly.
He's coming too, don't worry.
I see your son every so often.
Say hi for us.
I will.
Helen, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Helen is in Kithira right now, and she's actually going to, I'm going to have you introduce yourself, but she's also going to be talking a little bit about the Friends of the Museum and give us a little update on the Migration Museum. So go ahead and do both of those, Helen.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm Helen Zorzopoulos. My maiden name was Diakopoulos. My mother was an Aroni. I have all sorts of connections with different families from Aroniatica mainly and from Caravas. I live in Caravas and have been living in Caravas for the last 12 years since my retirement, and I wouldn't have it any way. I feel so strongly about Caravas and about Kithara basically, and I think that stems from a trip that my father had brought us to Greece in 1956, and that was a turning point in my life. I was quite young, a small kid at that stage, but I came to a Kithara where there was no electricity, hardly any cars. We got around on donkeys, and I said, oh my God, I've got to come back here sometime. And there's been quite a change in Kithara, and I can live here very, very comfortably. And let me tell you, I think this is the best place to be at the moment now with COVID as well. We really don't feel any regulations here apart from wearing a mask to go to the supermarket. You know, we meet up in the aisles of the supermarket to have a little chat with friends, but then secretly we might have a little meeting at home, a small dinner, because we all know that we haven't any infections or anything, and we don't have many people coming to Kithara at the moment. So we feel very, very fortunate that we feel safe on Kithara. Anyway, the Friends of the Museums. The Friends of Museum. We're trying them. It's taking time because there's a lot of red tape connected with a project such as ours. But hopefully next week we'll have a meeting. I have a meeting lined up with the mayor. We're going to get all the architectural plans underway very, very shortly. The museum will be set up in a year per year, and it will be actually documenting a lot of families' histories there. Once we have our guidelines for what and how, what memorabilia we want from everyone, we will contact all the associations, or we'll be posting it up, what we want from people, their family histories, and it's basically going to be a digital museum. So there's a lot of work involved. It will start coming together. We've been talking about it for the last 2 or 3 years, but it does take time to get something like this off the ground. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I'll be able to have more information for everyone. It'll take a few months for us to get the plans of the museum underway. But we'll keep you posted about this. I think it's something that interests absolutely every family here, thousands of Kitherians everywhere. And it will be very nice for your descendants or yourselves to come to the museum and find your ancestry somewhere there, the stories documented for the next generation. So that's about it for the museum. What else did I want to say about? And I've heard that the Kitherian Association is also doing a monument for the immigrant family. So hopefully we will be able to connect together and follow the theme right through. I think it's a very, it will be a first in Greece, by the way. There's no other immigration museum in Greece at all. So hopefully we better get moving and be the first to do this. And that's it. That's it. If anyone wants to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Wind farms?
Sorry.
Wind farms?
Yes,
Ah,
we're gonna have Helen talk about the wind farms too. We'll do that after the next break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I do have a question. I do have a question about the Migration Museum. Well, not so much a question, but Helen, you know that there are some funds still here in our control the Kitherian Association has a museum trust that will be able to help you to some extent. When the time comes, please let us know so that we can repeat the exercise, which, you know, as you know, the Kitherian Museum kicked off from our support. But without your particular energy and drive and persistence, none of these things would have come to fruition. So all those people who don't know, I'm sure the Migration Museum, when it finally opens its doors, will be just as impressive as the current museum is in Hora. A big pat on your back, Helen.
Thank you, Vic. But a bigger one on your back, because without your financial support, it wouldn't have happened. And few people know or recognize that basically the museum did happen because of the Kitherian Association in Sydney. I'm talking about the Archaeological Museum. The Kitherian Association in Sydney and the Friends, I think we worked hand in glove there, and we did bring it to fruition. We're very proud of that, aren't we, Vic? But
well, it does have to be put out there. But in terms of that runs on the board, those people that have actually been through a state-of-the-art the archaeological museum is world class. Really, it may not be the biggest museum in the world, but it's certainly a feather in our caps, perhaps. But those people who want to support the Migration Museum know, you must know that you know, the people in charge know what they're doing. They will produce a world-class Migration Museum as well, I'm sure.
Well, that's what our aim is. I'm sort of being questioned about funding. Well, what can I just say this? The Friends of Museum have undertaken to coordinate the architectural file. Now, there are a lot of different studies to be done, like the electrical, the architects, the engineering, everything that's connected to preparing a file through to the license. Now, we have undertaken this. We don't have all the funds for this, and we will be looking to people to help us fund. It's not going to be a very expensive venture. We will only be doing the preparation of the file. Then we hand over the prepared file to the mayor, to the council of Kithera, and they will locate the funding. Either it will be EU funding or through the local prefecture, the Greek prefecture. So basically, our costs are up to the production of the building license. And my feeling is that maybe every small association could contribute a small amount, maybe pay for one of the studies. You know, there may be just a few $100 or a couple of $1,000s or something like that. But I think if we all sort of pull together, because this is something for all Kitherians, it's not something for an isolated village, it's for all Kitherians. And I think if we all sort of coordinate it and collaborate, we can get this done very quickly.
Helen? Hi.
Yes?
I'm Tina. I'm the president of the Kithera Association of New York. So we would like we would like to donate, being that we now with the COVID, we're really not doing, we didn't do our Vasilopita, we won't be doing our picnic, our usual traditions. Please reach out to me and we would love to, our association in New York would love to help, okay?
Thank you very much. My plan, as soon as we have the meeting next week, is actually to all the Kitherian associations and let them know what we are doing and how we're doing it. And if anyone can help, it would be great, because
the New York Association will help. The Kithera Association of New York will help. Please reach out. Let me know what you need. And we'll have a meeting with the board, and then you'll let me know how to send the money. Okay.
Now that we have discovered Zoom, and thanks to Vicky for thank you, Vicky. You do an amazing job. This is global Zoom too. I think I couldn't miss out on this because it's just wonderful. and they're bringing everyone together. And the thing is, we get to know each other through this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
I didn't know that New York had a Catherian association. I wasn't sure that Baltimore had one either. So this is
we have the Kitira Association of New York just celebrated the 100th anniversary. We've had since 1919. We celebrated last year our 100th anniversary.
How many members do you have, Tina?
Paid members or just
Are there a lot?
Well, not too well. We have not everybody pays the dues, of course, and I'm gonna say we're 60 people pay, and maybe 100 families that we send out mailing. Maybe 40 show up, 30 show up. Last year for the 100th anniversary, we were 150 people.
That's great.
150 people. And Julia Stratigos that came, I was so happy. And John Casamatis, that's in this group here now, who helped me so much. You know, he was there. And I see Mr. Marcelos is on. Hello, Mr. Marcelos, Elias Marcelos. How are you?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Hi, it's Tina, Dimitri Alexander's niece. How are you?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tina and Helen.
I see you.
Tina, in Australia,
and because
you go.
Oops, is somebody talking? I'm sorry. Kitty, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say to Tina that the Sydney branch of the Catherian Association is celebrating its centenary next year.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Victor to talk about that a little bit since Emmanuel isn't here. When we'll do that in between one of the breakouts too. So we're going to go into another breakout room for 5 minutes. When we come back, we'll let Helen tell us about the windmill situation. Okay, so here we go, 5 minutes. Looks like we're here. And you're about to move, I think, Anna.
That's
maybe.
okay.
I mean, I can move you. Let's see. I have control here. Let me see. Now, how come you didn't go into a room?
I don't know. Maybe we're meant to
here
talk
you are.
instead.
Assigned to, I can assign you to a room. Okay.
I'm gonna start.
Oh, sorry about that.
We're coming back.
Yeah, Vicky, 5 minutes is not enough.
Or it's too much.
Yeah, not enough.
Yeah, I agree. It's not enough.
Depends.
Elias, we'll continue this conversation on chat maybe, for sure.
I have to apologize to the two people that we didn't get to.
We're kind of getting cut off in mid-sentence, aren't we?
Yeah, but you get warning. You get a warning. Good. Okay. All right.
Greek time is 2x, so it should be more like 5 times 2, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that would be good.
I agree.
Maybe, Vicky, if we can get everybody's email address so that way we can connect with people afterwards.
I think the biggest problem, is that we're all Greek and we just have lots to say.
We cannot say hello in 5 minutes, let alone a lot more than that.
And we certainly can't say goodbye in 5 minutes.
This is very true.
There's so many wonderful stories that it's really challenging to only have 5 minutes.
Vicki, but I had asked on a previous session about email addresses. Now, one of the most difficult thing is to get accurate email addresses. Is there anything that all of us can, send an initial email with our email addresses on? that you can copy and paste and put together for your list?
Okay, I have, that form that everybody created gave me your email address, your first and last name, where you were from, and a few other tidbits. And I am okay with sharing that. I think what I will do is when we get finished, I will send everybody an email. And if they are okay with that information being shared, then I will share it. And if somebody decides they don't want their information shared, then I can just remove them from the list. How's that sound? That way everybody has the distribution list.
I've posted mine on chat.
What's that?
I've posted my email address on chat.
Okay, don't put it on chat because I might not keep it, but well, I mean, you
that's
can.
That's all right. If somebody can have a look at it, that doesn't matter.
I'll put it in the chat. And if you want to get it from there, you can. It's just that personally, since I'm running this thing, I'm not going to be paying that much attention to the chat. Okay. All right. So is Helen Drodropoulos still here? I think we might have lost her because
I'm here.
Are you here?
Oh, yeah.
There you are. Okay. Helen, tell us what's going on with the windmill situation.
Well, I'm in the group, the original group that started up the wind turbine information group, the website. And basically that's been keeping everyone informed of what's happening. And if most of you go into that site, I hope some of you have been into the site, you'll be updated on what's going on in Greece and in Europe and on Kythera. It's taken quite some time for the local organizations to get involved. So we were very happy that yesterday the Eteria Kythraikon Meleton issued a declaration against the wind turbines and encouraging the formation of an energy community. Well, this is something that we have, the Wind Turbine Information Group, which was actually started by a group of XENI, and when I say XENI, Dutch, French, and a couple of Greeks. But basically, the XENI, having sort of lived in countries where the wind turbines have had a bad influence, were quite disturbed about the wind turbines, 147 that were scheduled for Kythera. But it's taken all this time for the local people to get moving on it. We are going to, the information group will be organizing a workshop on energy communities, which we think is the way forward for Kythera. We'll be organizing this workshop during February or early March at the latest. So once we have it all up and running, there'll be a lot of English. Most of it will be in English, I think, anyway. A lot of English speakers who are from various islands that have the same problem as us, and WWF, and we have quite a few influential speakers lined up for the workshop. So what we'll do is we'll post, of course, the date of the workshop. And if the time is convenient for most of you, you might like to follow it so that you can see what may happen on Kythera. An energy community is actually the best way forward for that, I think, for us, so that we can become self-sustaining. Yes, Vic, I see that. Yeah, so I think once we have some information as to the date, I will send it off to Vicky and to all the other associations, and we'll be posting it, of course, up on Facebook. And I think, as you say, James Pronounce is probably the best way of sending a message out, because when you tell me he's got 1,800 people on his mailing list, well, I think that covers
most of us.
Exactly. I hadn't realized he had so many people.
Yeah, I wish I had thought about him the first time.
Yeah. So So that's it. I mean, we just want to keep those wind turbines at bay because it would be rather disastrous to be surrounded by blinking red lights at night and these huge monstrosities. Because I mean, we're talking about 150 meters tall.
Landscape.
Yeah.
The height of one of the wind turbines, which are programmed for here, is picture Capsali, and it reaches the Castro. The Castro. It's as high as that. Okay, so 147 of those spread around from Yerakari right down to Milopotamos and around Potamos. It's not a very pretty picture, I think, to live with. And in close proximity to the villages, it's you know, I mean, we're not against renewable energy, and this is what we want, but we don't want that number of turbines breathing down our backs.
John Casimatis has a question. John?
Yes. Tell me, has anybody thought about solar arrays?
Yes.
They're close to the ground. They produce just as much power as the windmills, and they're not intrusive.
Yes, we agree.
Is this an EU-sponsored effort?
The EU, the EU is anxious to get renewable energy up and all over Europe. They've got a target to meet.
140. You just said 140 of them.
147 is.
There's only about 3,000 or 4,000 Catherians on the whole island. It sounds to me. My uncle is George Casimati from Livadi, and he told me that the power is to go into the grid, not the self-sustained Kithira. And it's the EU is going to pull a fast one on Kithira. It's going to be a disaster.
It's going to the Peloponneses, from what we understand.
Right. They have their own problems with windmills. It's a horrible idea.
Horrible.
So much sun.
Hello, Hilda, could I say something?
Paul, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There's one thing about those windmills. I believe worldwide they kill 1 million birds a year. Now, if you're going to put them on that, I don't know how it's going to affect the migration of birds going across the Mediterranean. And as the other gentleman said, there are other alternatives.
Yeah, let them put them in Paris.
Okay,
how can they stop it?
Vicky,
Yes.
I'm Vic Samios. I'm going to leave. It's late in Maryland.
Thanks,
I just want to say I am totally against windmills. I think it's the worst thing I ever heard of. It would destroy our beautiful island. Thank you for that.
Vicky, this is Ted. Vicky, can you
Hi,
put
Ted.
could you put the link for the windmill information on our website when she gets it?
Yeah.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
And can I just say that this is the purpose of the energy community workshop that we are organizing. It's to look at all the different alternative sources of energy, okay? The solar panels, biomass. There are lots of different ways of doing it without destroying our landscape, the island's landscape. And of course, the effects that it will have on tourism.
It'll ruin the landscape.
In our house, we put
And the
solar
bird
panels
life, it'll
on.
destroy the
The
bird
bird
life.
life.
I agree about the
We
birds.
are in the Natura. This is one of the things that we are basing our arguments on, because the migratory patterns of the birds go via Antikythera and Kythera. And so it's becoming
from Africa.
vital that we oppose this.
My cousin Yanula, she's in Agia Pelagia, and she runs in the land, Agia Anastasia, every time they're trying to put a mill, one of those. And she tried to stop them, and she runs everywhere to stop them with her husband, Concaridis.
Oh.
Well, luckily we haven't got any yet.
We
And-
have a petition going around, a petition people are signing.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put us into
I
the
also,
room.
excuse me, I also believe that is a very, very big problem there, and we have to look it forward because Kithira is, we do want to keep the nature and to the very, very, to be proud of the environment. So we have to have absolutely technical support and all this to get very much investigated, and so to take the decision. Otherwise, it will be too late.
Helen,
We have to
can I-
examine it deeply.
Sorry, Helen, can I ask you, where does the mayor stand on this issue of the turbines? What's his view?
Well, the council unanimously signed a petition, and they actually took legal action, as we did, as in a lot of us did as individuals as well, against the applications that had been given. And so now, though, from what the latest developments are, that they the government rejected our application, our writs. So we're going up another stage in legal action, I think. Anyway, I'll let you know what the latest situation is. But the mayor and the council are opposed to the wind turbines. That's the bottom
Right.
line, and we'll be working together against it.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. That's very good to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go again. This time we're going to go for 7 minutes. We'll try that. Okay. All right, here we go.
Hey Keith, how are you? I see you there.
He's probably muted.
I think he is. It's my cousin. I only see him on these Zoom meetings.
Elias, we have to get your email so we can add you to our distribution. You're
I'm going
muted.
to sign off, people. It was wonderful seeing you. We'll see you again very soon. If Vicky has anything to say about it.
Thanks, Kathy.
Lovely to see you,
Take care,
Kathy.
Thank you.
10 minutes was better.
Where did he go? He disappeared.
Everybody's slowly getting back in.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have 57 participants. Hey, we've been going on 2 hours plus, and there's still 57 of us here. I think that's pretty darn good. I'm willing to keep going as long as you guys are. So, if you need to leave, don't feel bad. We'd love to have you stay as long as you want, but we're glad to have you here.
What time is it down anywhere?
It's 9 o'clock in San Francisco, and New York and East Coast are 3 hours ahead of us, so it's midnight there.
Midnight, yeah, it's midnight in Maryland, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to leave. It was good seeing everybody, and I look forward to the next one. And Vicky, thank you for putting.
Good night. I'm going to leave as well.
seeing you,
See you,
Chris.
Chris.
Thanks,
Bye.
Chris.
Take care, Ursula.
Bye,
Good night.
Yep.
I'm gonna leave. It's midnight. It's past my
I'm gonna
bedtime.
go too.
All right.
Thanks, Diane. Good night. Vicky, thank you.
Okay, see ya.
Kalinita.
I think maybe we all
Kalinita.
should give to that museum. Pizza,
Yeah.
Diane.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
I
we
was going to
talked about- I
say-
just chatted with her or texting her, Georgia, and said the same thing.
Yeah, I think that would be a great place to put some.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. We have to talk about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Victor,
Can I just
I'm going to
say-
let you have the floor because I want you to talk about your upcoming centennial celebration, and also whatever you wanted to talk about right now. So
Did
got
you
the
say
floor, Victor.
you say me?
Yep.
Oh, before I get on to that, I just wanted to say to everyone that what Helen Zozopoulos said about the financial support of the Kathir Migration Museum is the technical side of things, and you know, there's enough interest to get past that. But she will need, and the museum will need, input of your family stories. I think that's going to be the hardest part of getting that museum up and running. The information to put into the museum, the family histories, all of us have got to get down and put that onto a digital form and send it off. Because without the digital information, the museum is not going to, it's just going to be four walls. So, you know, everybody needs to be very conscious of that fact as well.
Good point.
The centennial 100 years of the Kathiran Association started in 1922, and it was basically set up to help immigrants settle in Australia. And they were obviously with no English, very little education, etc., and they were there to help, like probably in America as well. We're going through fourth generation Kathirians, not like the Americans with their fifth and probably sixth generation, and that's probably one of the reasons why the New York people are struggling to find succession. Our succession planning has been pretty stringent, and getting the youth involved, not only in providing them Greek dancing lessons free of charge, well, part of their membership, but that encouraged the youth to come along, go through the ranks, and eventually get into, some of them became office bearers, and they perpetuated the brotherhood and the association that way. And it's something that we could suggest to the Baltimore and the New York crowd as well, to try and offer, like the Californians with their scholarship every year to a young person. The key, I think, is to encourage the youth to continue through the connection to the heritage, connecting to their roots, their raíces. This we found was one of the main ways to perpetuate the connection or the association, and as Elias Marcellus would say, the Kithiraismos would be the best legacy of contributing to the Kathirian cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Do you know?
Any questions for Victor? Raise your hand.
I have a question.
Georgia?
Whether the museum has online somewhere kind of an outline, a form that they have set up so it reminds people what kind of information they need.
It's a great idea.
Some kind of template that people could take and supply and fill in.
Yeah, they have not got to that stage yet. They're still at the stage of setting up the physical building. The rest of it will come later. To my knowledge, there's no template to provide the information, but it's something that doesn't happen overnight. You need to sit down and research the information you want to put into the museum, and you know, make sure it's all correct and as much as you know about. But that will come sometime in the near future, not right now. They're just setting it up. When I say it's not actually an online museum. It'll be, as far as I know, an interactive museum. So you've got to turn up to the building and push screens and get information. It's not going to be something that is on the net as such, as far as I know.
Can I just say something on that? We are waiting for the official acceptance of the Academy of Athens to undertake the museology study. I spoke with the museologist in question yesterday, and unfortunately the committee of the Academy is very, very slow in granting permission. So we're trying to push it now, because they will give us the guidelines of what information has to be collected by various families. Once we have those guidelines, we will be able to create that template, basically, and we will distribute that. We are also setting up our website, which we haven't done yet, but we have a Facebook page, but I think a website is a much better form of connecting with people. So once we have all that information, we will make it known, and then we will have a group here that will work and collate all that information. It'll all go onto a database, and then the professionals will get a hold of it. Because what we want to do, we want to do it in a very professional manner.
Yeah.
And the Academy of Athens, I think, will also give us the necessary kudos for the museum, because you know, we just don't want to have a room with exhibits or something like. We want to do something that's current, modern technology. I think this is the way that we have to do it, so we'll let you know as soon as we have all the information. But in the meantime, you can all search out your family histories.
What is the Facebook page, if we could ask?
It's the Friends of Museums, just Friends of Museums. And we put all our events there and various very interesting sites, archaeological information. If you look at our site, our Facebook page, you'll find a mine of information there on various cultural topics. And actually tomorrow we have an event, Creative Kithara. That's it. Vic has the poster.
I will forward it to everybody. I'll forward, all that information you sent me. I'll forward it to this group.
Thank you. And that will go, if you don't get a chance to see it tomorrow, it will go, we're creating a YouTube channel, because we'll be having every 2 weeks, we'll be presenting local artists that live and work on the island. Some are Greeks, some are foreigners, sculptors, painters, photographers. So every two or 3 weeks, we'll be presenting one of these artists through
similar to what Costa was doing. Similar to what Costa Coroneas was
tomorrow,
doing.
6 p.m.
It's the 24th for us in California. So it's Sunday, the 24th, and I've got to figure out the time. I think it's 6 p.m. in Greece, right?
Yes, 6 p.m. in Greece. I think Australia will suffer this time, but you'll be able to see it on YouTube channel.
So it's 10 hours. We're 10 hours behind them. So
that's right.
Sorry,
I can't do it in my head.
I would like, sorry, Vicky. I would like to mention that it's so important and so much interested to hear about the history of the families abroad and all the immigrants, of course. But you know well that we do have to protect the personal data of each one, firstly, and secondly, we have to organize all this in the technical part of it, so as to have to share informations, because history is the total thing, is the principal thing for Chirigo. Chirigo still lives, is alive all over the world because of its history and the people that got all these years up to date, and the inspiration and the Kitheraismos and the whole idea of Kithera. So we do appreciate all this, and will support it as much as we can.
Vicky, can I say goodbye now? And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and everyone else. So I'll say
Thanks
goodbye.
for coming, Peter.
Vicky,
Thank
Vicky,
you.
before Peter goes, Vicky,
Before you go, before anybody goes,
Yeah.
I want to take a picture, and I've been taking a few screenshots, but I want to take a few pictures where everybody's actually looking, and where you have your Catherian newsletter or something. If you have your mask from the last one, grab a Catherian artifact and let's take a few pictures real quick.
Wait a minute. Wait.
And I will
Right.
take several.
I have
So,
none.
Tony,
tell everybody
Economos,
about it.
is that faturada you have there?
Yes, I was thinking it might be
Ooh.
faturada.
Oh, I should go
Share.
get my faturada. That's a good idea.
Mine's in the other room. I'll pass.
Cheers. Everybody ready?
Sam.
Okay, I'm gonna start
I
with the
put it
first
on.
one.
We should do
One,
that.
2, 3. Okay, here's another one. Ready?
Okay. Just
Getting
a
ready for
second.
number 2. Lynn, I can't see you. I wonder if you can get your camera on. Let's see.
Okay.
Tony, where are you? You're not showing.
Yeah.
Tony Zaglis.
Drinking the faturada.
Oh, yeah, I don't know where he is.
It's under the table
Get in the
now.
picture so we can see you. All right, ready? 1, 2. Okay, and here's another one.
Peter.
Yes. Vicky,
So
ask him
funny.
about that book.
All right, ready?
I've already done that one, Peter.
Oh, I didn't
Okay,
see.
which book?
Thank you very
Somebody
much.
said ask him about that book. Which book are you
Yeah,
talking about?
the Wild Colonial Greeks. Ask Peter about it now. Don't let him
Peter,
go.
yeah, show us your book.
Well, what can I
That's right.
say? It's a great book. Read it.
Oh, come on, Peter.
Wild
That's
Colonial
right.
Greeks.
He's another one of our authors. I just happen to have 2 of his books right here. If he doesn't
That's
want to show
number
you,
3.
I've got this one, KSOCA Almost and the Great Idea.
Which is
and
fabulous, by the
this one
way.
here. And now he has a 3rd book.
Yeah, they're all histories, but a bit deeper, you know, not just a telephone book history. I like to breathe a bit of life into the people.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I've
Looking
done
forward
that.
to
Well
reading.
done, too. Well done,
That
Peter.
book that
Thank you
Peter
very
just
much. Thank you.
published is putting certain cats amongst certain pigeons here in Australia because
What?
he's challenging an accepted history as to who the first Greek was in Australia.
Ah.
Yeah, well, I didn't intend to do that. That just happened to come out of the research. It was a bonus. Yeah, that's true.
Interesting.
He's not a very attractive character. I don't think they're not going to rush to his graveside.
As long as he's not Cytherean.
He's not Cytherean. No, he's a Colfiot, one of those.
Oh, well, we know all about them. Could I just say something before I go? And this is to Helen Zorzopoulos. Yasso Eleni.
Yasso Manoli.
This is very early in the piece. Has any thought been given to seminar rooms in the museum?
We have a function room. We have a function room which will be used for things like that. Okay, it's not going to be very big.
No, well,
we're going to try and maximize the space, but there will be a big area for exhibits, for seminars, and things like that.
Yeah, because I think while I've been sitting here watching all of this afternoon, the thing that occurred to me was that if we could connect back to the museum, all of us from all over the world, our the associations, you could imagine some of the fabulous things that we could do.
Absolutely.
Connectivity. It would be wonderful. It would tie us all together even more than we are tied now. It'd be a terrific thing. Just terrific. I have to go.
What I will get out, I will get out and write up a sort of an article on what we plan to do in the museum. Okay, so I think, I think I'll work on that and send it out. We have done it in the past, but I'll get it together now, and especially after the meeting I have next week. So, and bring everyone completely up to date as to what we're going to be doing there. It's meant to be. It's got to be a focal spot on the island, I think. And the other thing I must mention is that it'll focus mainly on the Cytherean immigration, but also we mustn't forget that the identity of Kythera is changing now. We have a lot of foreign people living on the island, and they are a part of the local community. So we will also have sections on the Dutch community, on the Germans, the French. Every country will have its spot on the map there, and because the thing is, it's great for Kitherians, but we also have to make it interesting for other nationalities to visit the museum as well.
Yeah, it can't be too parochial.
That's right, exactly. Because all these, can I tell you that the 65-70% of our membership is
Non-Kitherian.
Is non-Greek.
Oh, wow.
And they are so supportive of this museum. It is amazing.
Very nice.
But unfortunately, we weren't able to do fundraising this year due to COVID and that. And can I tell you that all these people, they knock on my door with money in their hands to pay their subscriptions or to join up. This is amazing.
You know, Helen, I think I was asking Helen about different ways that we could pay. And, you know, even credit cards. I don't know if there's a way that we could pay by credit card. Because I'm thinking of people in the US. Or,
I know.
You know,
It's
to
not
make it, I
easy.
think you know, if somebody could just click a button and make a donation, I think you would get
We have to
a lot
look
more individual donations, you know, even if they were small ones.
We have to look into it because it's not easy.
Find a way
sort of
that
a
it's
bank
easy to
number.
pay, because a lot of people will do that. If you want me to go to a bank and get a bank order, forget it. I sit in front of
It's usually done by internet banking, but basically it's easy if you have a Euro account. If you don't have a Euro account, that's where the
don't have
cost.
a Euro account, Helen. There's no need for us to have one.
That's right, exactly. I understand that. Because a friend of mine who's a member tried sending from Australia a membership, and the costs of the bank charges were
On both ends.
were quite more than the subscription.
Wait a minute.
Georgia, you have a
There
question?
is.
Georgia has a question.
Bye-bye, Georgia.
Where's she leaving?
I mean, it seems to me that if you could post, you know, I assume you probably use the National Bank of Greece, but their, whatever they call that number, their SWIFT number, and the number of the bank account. Like I use a service called TransferWise. It's very cheap. It's all online. And you say if you want to send 20 euros, and you can take it right out of your US checking account, and it will do the conversion. And it's very cheap. It's a couple dollars, and it goes right directly into your account. But people would need to have the account number, you know, in the bank. SWIFT.
Okay, I'll sort of work on something and send it to Vicky, and Vicky can send it on to all the membership that she has. We have IBAN and SWIFT account. I suppose you need and all that.
The IBAN and that makes it very simple. And the TransferWise, it's much cheaper than a bank. There's no comparison.
Right.
You guys don't forget the PayPal. We've done donations to charitable organizations in Athens through PayPal, and they transfer it directly from our checking account directly into the organization. So PayPal is the easiest, and I think is free.
Yeah, it's free for us, but I think they would have to pay a little fee.
I think there's a 3% fee.
Yeah.
Because it's international, but you know, it might be worth looking into because it's a, I don't know, 3 or 4%. I don't think it's a big amount that they take.
International bank drafts and checks are very expensive.
Well, that's
35 euros and above. It is 35 and above because we researched it, and PayPal was the cheapest one to send money over.
I mean, TransferWise is like $2 or something for a small amount.
Right.
You got that?
What's
that? TransferWise.
You know, we didn't get to introduce everybody, and I know there's a few people that didn't get a chance to introduce themselves. So since we're still here in this group, I was going to ask Cameron, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, Vicky. Thank you for having me. And James Prinius, actually, I reached out to him. That's how I got onto this chat, and I'm very glad I did. I'm looking at, I don't know how you say your name, sorry, but Maruli Tefani?
Yeah.
You look so much like my Auntie Violet, and even my mother. It's scary. And I look at I look around here at everyone's names, and I grew up with my grandparents in the Bluebird Cafe in Lockhart. Sorry if my internet's unstable. But I've heard everyone's names in conversation growing up my whole life. And when my grandparents died, I sat there in the last few years and thought, I really wished I asked more questions. But anyway, my family are from Durianica and Pelianica.
You're a Comino.
Yeah, well, Kominos. Yeah, my Paniotti Veneri was my great-grandfather. His father was John or Yanni. And they were born in Pelianica. His mother, my great-grandfather's mother, was Stamantula or Stamantina Kominos. She was from Durianica. But my great-grandmother, Kyriakula Mavramatis, she was from Pelianica, Durianica area. I mean, it's a stone's throw away, I think so.
Honey, I'm Kyriakula Mavromatis.
Serious?
You're looking good. You're looking real good for 100 years old.
Yeah. Well, Kyriakula would probably still be alive, but she was in an accident in Sydney. That's how she died, in an accident. Otherwise, my great auntie Eleni, or Helen, she's in Sydney now, and she's 93, and she's bright as a button, smart as a whip. And I'd love to get her onto this because she'd have a lot of information, a lot of good stories. But yeah, I'm searching for birth records at the moment in Kithera, which everyone tells me the records could have got burnt down in Cora over the years, but I cannot find my great-grandparents, Paniotti, so they're searching for Kyriakula. And you probably all know how difficult it would be to get a woman's records 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Have you done it through the Catherian Association, through Amalia Samuels?
Very good.
No, I will. But
Okay.
You've got
Cameron,
no
I have your
idea.
whole tree
Fantastic.
on my tree. I have Panayoti, Kyriakula, their children, Stella, Violet, John, Mary, Helen, Peter. I'm reading them off right now. And Amalia could do a tree for you. And I've got the dates of your Panayoti was born January 26, 1890 in
Could have been 89.
He died November 30th, 1935 in Lockhart.
Yeah.
So she's got all that information, and
They
I'm
do a
connected
fantastic
somehow to
job.
something that's
Fantastic.
married in there. I can't see it right now because I've got too many people on my tree.
They're like genealogists, are they?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Amalia and Callie have translated over 60,000 records from the Potomos district, and actually, and they've done more than that, but they're creating like a huge family tree for the island, and they do family trees for people. I think they charge $150 a day, 150, 200, something like that a day. And it usually takes about a day and a half to do.
I don't mind what it costs. I really want to get the records. And while I ask, I grew up in this cafe that was, 90 years in my family, 2 cafes. But we have this orange, tropical and lemon drink, but it was an icy crushed drink, sort of like the Italian one you get. Does anyone get that in Kithera? Because I have not yet been there. I've only been to Santorini.
That's an Australian invention, I reckon.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought
Called Granita.
Granita.
Some of the Brisbane cafes had that, and they called it Granita.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, is Leonard still here, or did he leave already?
Could I say hello to Cameron? Hi. Could I say hello to Cameron, if I could?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Cameron. Cameron, I knew Kyriakula. She was a beautiful lady.
Wow.
As you said, she was killed she was crossing the road. She was hit by a car. She was killed.
Yeah.
But I remember her saying she didn't go to school to get much schooling because she stayed home to look after her siblings back in Calcutta. But you knew Bob Hanson well, I think.
Correct.
Yeah.
My uncle.
I worked with Bob for a month in my uni holidays because he couldn't get any of the locals to work down there because it was too hard to work. And I worked for him unloading wheat trucks and barley trucks and delivering fuel. It was hot, hard work, but we enjoyed it. And so we came down, a mate of mine came down from Sydney to Lockhart for a month and worked with Bob and Violet.
Who were your parents, Paul?
They were, my father was Peter Mavromanti, or Mathers. He was one of the first Australian-born Greek doctors, and he is a cousin of Violet's. Violet is a second cousin to my father.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Vicky and all, we unfortunately need to leave. So that was wonderful. Enjoyed it very much. So good night to everyone.
Good night.
Yes.
See everybody.
Good night.
Good night,
Galenita.
Connie and Boaz. Good to see you.
Galenita.
Good to see you too. Good night. Take care.
Maruli, while you're there,
Yes.
now you still haven't said hello to me.
Oh, hello.
I was
We've
just
never
going to
met.
ask Maruli to tell us about herself a little bit.
Ah,
Yeah, because we've never met, but you know who I am.
I think you might be my sister's husband's brother.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Hello.
There's
Hello.
not too many Stefanis around.
No.
How's your mum and your brother over there, George?
They're good. They're good.
Yeah, George stayed with me.
No, they're all well at the
Good,
minute.
good.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Thank you for asking.
I'm going to ring Frances up and tell her.
Okay. Okay. I think when I was in one of the breakout rooms, I just said a few things about my family. My papu, my granddad was Yorgos Koroneos. He was a Psoma. He was actually the mayor of Anodimo before the Second World War. He emigrated to Australia at the end of the 19th century, became a naturalized Australian in 1907. And one of my cousins recently found records of his naturalization papers and the comments that he spoke perfect English and wrote wonderful English as well. So I don't know if other people on the island were able to speak English as well as Papu at the time. If the British presence, I don't know if there was, I don't know, this is something I really don't know much about. But anyway, to cut a long story short, my mum was sent to Australia to be married off to one of her brother's friends. But on the ship over, she met my dad. And that's why I'm a Muggle. I'm half Kitherian and I'm half Peloponnesian. And but I was brought up, I was raised by a mother who kept telling us that we're Kitherian. And that was before I knew I was Greek. So I was raised by a mum who really instilled in me this idea of being Kitherian. Although I don't have, I haven't kept in touch with Kithira. I mean, I do visit, and we recently discovered that my husband's ancestry is also Kithirian. He is a Murmuras on his mother's side, which was something quite unexpected. Murmuras. And his mum was from Corfu, but her family had lived on Kithira for 200 years. So it's quite interesting how we are all related. I'm sure I must be related with most of the people on this chat today. I'm also related to the Kritikou family, Kritikos on Milopotamos, and Stratigos, and Marcelos. Of course, we've married into the Proneas family and the Fatseas family and the Paspalas family. They're all relatives. So I'm probably related to most Kitherians. And that, in a nutshell, is a little bit about me.
Yeah. Maruli, while you're there,
yes,
notice Anthony Zaglis on here, the guy with the cap from Bondi.
Right.
Talk to him because he actually sent me a photo of his father used to work for your grandfather Yorgo in Piraeus in the shop he
I
had.
believe it's your grandfather.
Really?
It might be another Yorgos. Did he have the delicatessen type pandopolio type thing in Piraeus?
No, he didn't. What he did have was one of the
Oh.
largest coffee houses called the Versailles. It
But,
was
Between what? Do you know between what years?
I think that when he came back from Australia, he must have come back round about, I don't really know, round about 1917, I would imagine.
No, that can't be the same one because my father worked in Piraeus as a delivery boy for a grocer in 1910 and 1911.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
So
I do know that.
Well, it's a possibility it's another Georgios Koroneos, but I don't know if that's the case.
Possibly, but Apsomas, probably Papus. It would have been my grand.
I
I'm
don't know
not sure
that
about
his
the
nickname,
dates.
I don't know that the person that my father was working for was Apsomas. The thing is, though, that Nick Frosso's son has come up as a DNA match to me.
Ah, right. Okay.
Maruli, Anthony has his father's pay slip from then. It's got the owner's
photograph.
He's got his photograph on it. If you've got
Really?
your grandfather, you can compare.
Oh, right. Okay. Because I do have photos. I do have the original photos. I also have a panoramic photo. This is something that was done at the turn of the 20th century, and practically the entire village is lined up, and there's papus sitting amongst the dignitaries there, it's from a larger photo that's been reduced in size, but it is fascinating because all the people in the village had their photo taken together. I don't know what celebration.
Now, your grandfather was not your grandfather was the mayor of Potamos.
Yes, yes. Of
That's presumably
Arnovimo.
why he had the photo done.
Right. I don't know why everybody was lined up though.
He wasn't a Dimarchos, I think he was a mayor. It was after the changes to the
Proidros or the something. There was we call him a mayor just so we understand the concept of his office.
Yeah, if I saw.
Oh, lovely meeting you, Anthony.
It's nice to see you're here, and I sing your sister quite often, and I knew your aunt Eleni Altieri.
Right, lovely, lovely. Yes,
with Mum.
Yeah.
Really, yes.
And also your auntie Aphrodite as well, and your uncle Nick.
Yes, lovely. Yes, these are it's. Sorry.
Aphrodite was a friend of my mother's too. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Vicky.
Yes.
Sorry, Vicky. Who was the lady who was is it the president of the St. Louis Catherian Association of St. Louis?
There was I don't know who are you thinking of Diane Homburg from
No, I've got her. I'm writing them down. I got her from Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't have the name yet. That it's a Cerise is the
John Cerise.
And
John Cerise.
John Cerise?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the president in St. Louis, and I invited him to come. He said he doesn't do Zoom meetings. I think he's a teacher and preferred not to do Zoom. And he's a lovely guy and has a house in Kitira.
Oh, okay.
Did you say John? Did you say John?
John Cerise. I can get you his contact info.
Yes, introduce us.
I will.
Yes, I'd be very interested. The Catherian Association of Australia would be very interested in getting the contact details of the committees, all the committees around the world. New York, I've got the names, New York, Baltimore, St. Louis. Was there any other association represented besides California and Sydney?
Well, no, today, we had Baltimore today, and we had New York today. And
New York. Yes, New York. Who was that?
Tina DePontis. She was here.
Oh, sorry. I got New York. Tina Demiris.
Demiris. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got Baltimore, St. Louis.
What's that?
The same person.
Tina
The
Demiris.
Pontes is the same person.
Yeah, De Pontes was her maiden name. Demiris is her married name. Tina
Oh.
De Pontes Demiris. Yeah.
But if you could go
Right.
but if you go through your applications forms, we've got New York, Baltimore, St. Louis, obviously California and Sydney. Are there any others?
There was an association in Ohio, but they are no longer, they haven't been around for years as far as I know.
Okay.
And this is the first time I've actually seen anybody from the St. Louis group. I thought that they had folded, you know, because I haven't been able to get in touch with anybody. I've tried emailing people and never got in touch with anybody. So
Vicki, there are a bunch of us from St. Louis here today, and before. Elias Blanton is originally from St.
right,
Louis.
I know
Chris
from,
Tischler
but I
is
mean,
from
like I'm
St.
talking
Louis.
about like the president or the vice president, you know.
My mother was for years.
Yeah.
But now John Cerise has taken it on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'll get in touch.
Be able to get in touch.
I have Kathy Kipriotis's email, and I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you. Thank you. She's got your email.
Helen Georgopoulos. Helen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Helen, just in case I miss you, was your father in Australia?
My father went to Australia in 1912. He was 11 years of age.
And he came back?
And came back in 38 and married my mother. He met her at the Gaidro Pazaro. Romantic.
Yeah, where was he in Australia?
Gosford. I was born in Gosford, and then we moved to Sydney when my brother went to university.
You might have known Peter Georgopoulos was in Gilgandra in Australia, in New South Wales.
My maiden name was Diakopoulos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's yeah.
Okay. My husband was Georgopoulos, but that is a very big clan. Let's not start on the
No, I'm trying to think that you were Peter Georgopoulos' daughter. No, okay. You got it.
No, I'm Angelo Diakopoulos' daughter, and my father passed away in 95. He was 94 years of age when he died.
Right.
So, but he was one of the original Cytherians, one of the very first Cytherians, you know, one of the pioneers, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, my father came here in 1920 as well. So, yeah.
Helen, did your father own, was it a motel or hotels in Gosford?
We had the P&A Milk Bar and the Tourist Cafe. The Tourist Cafe was later bought by the Vlandis brothers.
Yeah, I know the Vlandises and the cafe, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I grew up in you know, behind the counter in a milk bar, like I think a lot of us did probably. You know, milkshakes and ice creams and and coffees and
Well,
I know.
My wife's from Wyong, actually.
From Wyong?
Wyong, yeah, she's a Veneris, Peter Veneris. She had a big house.
Not Sandra.
Sandra, yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I every Sunday, we used to, regularly on Sundays, we would go to their fantastic home in Wyong, which was in the book.
Yeah.
And Peter Veneris would put on the old Greek 78s, and we would do Greek dancing. I mean, this was when I was a kid.
Well, that was my father-in-law.
Oh, really? He was an amazing person.
Yeah, I'm married to Sandra.
Oh, really? There we are. There's a
She stuck with me.
And I think, were they Kubari? I'm not quite sure whether one of my father's brothers was a Kubaros or something. But we had, that was the real Greek part of my life when we would go and dance Greek, you know, to the Greek records of the time.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'll tell her. She's not here at the moment.
Stick around
So she knew the Diakopoulos in Gosford.
That was us,
Once, yeah, when I was a
so
kid.
give her my fond regards. Wonderful
Will
memory.
do. I will.
Yeah, please do.
Small world.
All right, let's try going into one more room and we'll try it out. Okay?
All right.
Here we go.
Cool.
Wait a second. I've got to do one thing here.
Pretty warm outside.
Vic,
Yes, Elias. Malista, Elia.
yeah, how are you?
Καλά ευχαριστώ. And you, πώς πάτε, you had your vaccination yet? Elia,
Όχι ακόμη. No more, not yet.
you're not old enough yet.
Here we go.
Maybe next month.
Yeah, we hear that you've got to be 80 to 84 to have it now.
I'm close.
No, we're in a new group, are we? Or we're back to the main group?
Yeah, it looks like we are, yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, my colleague Manuel here,
Hello.
and I,
Yes, yes.
we both used to work for Qantas, the Australian, and we used to fly to Johannesburg.
Where in Johannesburg are you, Lynn?
Well, I studied in Johannesburg, but actually lived in Zimbabwe, in Harare.
Yeah, I used to fly to Harare, and then when the apartheid finished, we flew back down to Johannesburg. We were staying in Sandton City.
Oh, yes, yes, I know that
and then
well.
we moved to Rosebank.
I have cousins in South Africa, the Kulendianos family.
Oh, wow.
Where are they?
I think Johannesburg, I think. Yeah, there's quite a few of them. One of my grandfather's sons became a diamond miner and then ended up staying here.
Lucrative.
Right. Yeah, I also had a cousin in from Kithera. He went to university in Athens, became an engineer, and he went back to Cape Town, down to Cape Town. Not Cape Town, Durban.
All right. Yeah.
Durban. He's now back in Greece. He's a lot. No, I'll tell you later. Yeah. Yeah.
Very interesting. Yes, I'll have to do some more research. I don't quite know where to begin because you need some basic documents, don't you? You need some good solid birth certificate.
Get on to Amalia Samios at the Catherian Association and Kaylee Zervos.
Yeah.
Vicky can help you out with their email. That fantastic job of family trees.
Yeah.
They actually found, I actually met a guy when I was flying to some place where I was going, New Zealand or something. There's a guy on board on his honeymoon, and he had the same surname as me. I only realised it because I got the passenger list. I used to go through all the passenger lists to see look for the Catherian names.
Yeah, he was spying.
Found the guy, and he had no idea. He was born in New York, lives in Phoenix now. We're in touch all the time, but he had no idea of his family's background because his grandfather used to argue with everyone and cut off all relationships. Anyway, I went down to the Catherian Association, and Amalia Samios, one of the girls there, she found not only found his grandfather's marriage certificate in about 5 minutes, and it was back in the.
That's good.
Great grandfather, sorry, not grandfather, great grandfather.
Definitely follow that.
Done in 5 minutes. I was there. They're very good. They're worth every penny they earn.
The Catherian records for births, deaths, and marriages are online. Unfortunately, they're all handwritten, and the ones online are only available up to about 1864.
And they're
that,
all
you
in
have to talk to
Greek,
someone,
and they're all in
somebody.
the old Greek, so that makes it even more difficult.
Mm.
Can't read it.
Some of the handwriting is bad, that's why.
Yeah, it's that katharevusa. I'm going to ask Helen. Helen, tell us what it's like during COVID times on Kithira, and how have they been affected there?
She's still on.
Yeah, you're muted though. Unmute.
Oh. While waiting for her.
As you probably all know, we had one death as a direct result from, there were 2 or 3 families infected, local families, and there was one death.
But there's been a second.
And then there was a second one, which was basically
Jackson,
had COVID and then
from Carbonades.
Illnesses. And the last instance was a young student who came down who had COVID symptoms, and he went into quarantine. And since then, we have had nothing. Basically, we all wear masks when we go shopping. The only shops that were open were the supermarkets, and so when you would meet someone in an aisle, you would have a lovely little conversation for about half an hour now, because you were desperate to see someone to speak to apart from family. So yeah, so we would arrange to meet in a, where the detergents were or the coffee or somewhere there, and have our little conversations. I said, next time I said I meet up with someone, I should have a flask of coffee with me. But anyway, basically we are untouched. The thing is, we can't have big groups. We have, over Christmas, we had up to 9 was the, but we had, we have 12. Who's going to dob you in here? We're very fortunate in that respect. And it's been very easy coping with the regulations here. But people are abiding by the regulations by wearing masks when they go into the town. But you'd go to Potamos or Livadi, Nekra, absolutely dead. You wouldn't see anyone, and we have a curfew at 9 o'clock. I mean, 9 o'clock in Greece curfew. That's
crazy.
That is. When life in Greece starts at 11 o'clock in the evening, 9 o'clock. So as a result, I also signed up on Netflix.
They have Netflix in Greece? I didn't even know that.
Oh, yes, Netflix is everywhere. I never needed to sign up, but yeah, I'm watching The Crown, actually. That's why.
That's great.
I finished watching my series when we were in Greece last Christmas.
Really?
Yes. There was a TV series or a show that Netflix had a series on, and I finished watching it over there when we went, when we were traveled during the New Year.
But apart from that, we normally in winter, there's so much to do because we have, there's the Philharmoniki, we have gatherings, we do things. A lot of cultural events do take place in winter as well. We're encouraging this. There's a choir. We have started with the Philharmoniki, a string orchestra, and some of us are learning to play. Well, I'm trying to play a cello, but
that's wonderful.
You got the links for it.
I need to hug something, and it's the only thing I can find. But I scratch away and I say to my teacher, because we have our lessons, the string orchestra of Kithira, we're about 10 people. So there are about 8 violins and 2 cellos. But I say to my teacher, I'm having a video lesson in 2 or 3 hours. So I can't go to bed now because at 11 o'clock I have a video lesson. I say, if you can bear with me, I don't mind. I love it, I don't want to give up. but I don't think I'll be performing at the next Philharmonic or concert, that's for sure.
You've just given us a mental image of you playing the cello and slumped over the end of sleep.
I've got it right next to me.
We're gonna want a concert next time we meet. I want to hear you guys.
When we had the friends Christmas party, Vic was there, being a member. We had our cello teacher from London played a piece on the cello. He's a chap who organizes the All Comers Orchestra every year for about 15 years. They bring about 40 musicians from England, and they stay normally in Capsali. I don't know, some of you may know about this. And then at the end of their 10-day stay, they give a concert either at Zidros in Capsali or in this what do they call it? The Sindesmo in Hora and in Portamos. And it's wonderful, the concert, because I mean they're all late starters in music, you know, over 60 basically, and it's amazing.
Good
it's amazing. They're
That's
wonderful,
great.
and they also play, give a performance with the local Philharmonic from Potamos. I mean, it's fantastic. But this didn't happen last year, and we'll see whether it happens this year. So there's
do you teach as well, Helen?
Sorry?
Do you teach piano as well, or is that your first study? I see it in the background.
No. Piano, I stopped playing, learning when I was 12, so I just play for myself now. But no, I'm not. I love music, but I'm not any good. I just play
professionally.
And the cello now is just for a year now. I'm still in week 2 of my lessons. So that's
brilliant to learn something new, isn't it? Well done.
But I love it. But I really enjoy scratching away there. It's good.
Well, Helen, we're being told by the mayor that the council chambers or the council offices are closed down. They're not open to the public. How do you do your banking? Is the bank open? And how is the bank manager? Is she back to work?
Yeah, she's back to work now. Yes, and the bank is open. The banks are open actually, but I think you do for the municipal anything documents you may want from the municipality. You do that by phone or internet.
What's happening with the bank in Potamos?
Oh, that's closed now.
Yeah, no. So they're not likely to reopen it, or?
Sorry?
They're not likely to reopen it?
No, it's not a bank anymore, Tony. It's some other building now.
Oh, okay.
Do they actually use it for something?
Yes.
It's vacant at the moment, but I think they're going to do something with it. Actually, that building, that is where we're hoping to have an office for the Friends, so that we can do for the museum, so that we can set up all our database and that there.
What are they doing with the upstairs? What are they doing with the upstairs where the Potamos council used to be?
They have a council room there for their meetings occasionally.
Whose meetings?
The council.
What is there still a council in Potamos?
Well, I think they supposedly open every once a week, but everything's closed now. Everything's closed down. The only thing that's working for is KEP, you know, the Center for Helping Citizens. That is open, but by appointment as well. What I wanted to say is that actually we're very lucky in Greece with COVID, because all the tests are free that we do here. They were running now a free. When the boat would come in, there was a team of of nurses there and doctors for people to do rapid tests. Unfortunately, not everyone would go, but it is a very convenient thing to get off the boat, have a rapid test, and be on your way. And this was all done on a voluntary basis by some people from the hospital, actually.
Wonderful.
So was this to test people as they were coming to the island to make sure that they didn't have it?
Yeah,
that's great.
That was very good. And I spoke to the chap who was running that. He said they'll probably stop doing that now because a lot of people were just not going for the test. But anyway, so far so good. We're lucky. After those initial cases, we have been very, very. I think everyone's fairly cautious as well.
What's happening with the transport to the island? Is the plane still on the same regular schedule, or is it being reduced?
Oh, I think we have about 3 or 4 flights a week, actually.
A week, okay.
Look, the transport situation has sort of leveled out. You can work around it. You can get to the island. There are planes. There are 2 boats from Piraeus every week. So 2 sails. Yeah, the big ferry from Piraeus. And then you have the small one, which is off at the moment because it goes off for a month every year for cleaning. And then you have that one from Napoli. So basically, you can work around getting to Kythera. You can get to Kythera, actually. You can. It's not as it was in the older days. Which was impossible. I mean, it could take. You could be stuck on the island for 10 days or not get down.
Hello.
But anyway, things are
anyway, it should be much better, much better. I mean, the whole thing with the ships and years and years, it's a problem. You can't reach only swimming. I don't know why. You know, a lot of people stay at Vatican, Neapolis in the winter time because there's the opportunity to go to the island, to reach the island, and it's a problem for years. And every day they say they do things against it and to solve this, but basically remains for a year. I remember myself so many years talking about this problem. So especially in the winter time, for the people that do have needs, the old ones and the ones that they feel lonely, it's a big problem. It's a big problem that we have to admit. So we live in Athens. I live in Athens. It's another planet comparing to Kythera, to Chirigo. That's sometimes I do believe that there are heroes, those that insist staying there and trying to find the way to enjoy their life and to be calm and get rid of all the mess of Athens. Athens sometimes seems so totally disaster that nobody can, especially now in the COVID time. I feel the youth has a big problem, cannot communicate at all. In a small apartment, a lot of people don't know what to do. I mean, the kids and the old ones, and it's a mess. It's a big problem. That's why it's we have to pray to have to go to an end and try to live a normal life, especially the young people that they feel nervous every time, can't communicate, and this has to do with the health in psychological versions. It's not only the COVID itself. It's all the surroundings. And I assure you that a lot of Greeks stay in a small apartment, 50 meters, for example, 3 or 4 persons. So it's a problem. It's a problem to feel normal, to act in a normal way.
Apostolos, our hearts go out to you. It's sad to hear that the Athenians have such a struggle. The Cytherians have got it better, obviously. But my wife and I were going to sign off. Vicky, thank you very much for holding this. Helen, you need to keep in contact with us regarding the Cytherian issues. But it's been very nice talking to everybody. Have a happy new year. And to the Americans, thank goodness that there is a new hope on the horizon in that country.
Terry, I was thinking about you all week.
Oh, thank you.
And
thank you.
We are so glad our prayers. We are so glad our prayers have been answered regarding the American situation.
Yeah.
And they will be answered regarding the pandemic as well.
Yes.
Don't worry, we were voting for you too, Vicky.
I've got to go. My daughter's.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Victor. Bye, Kathy.
Okay, I'm
gotta
gonna
go,
throw us into one more room and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
here we
I've
go.
got to go.
Are we all here?
Just a few of us left.
Yeah, we started with 76 and now we're only 17. Oh my
Upping like
gosh.
flies.
You know what? I wanted to ask Vicky, are you there? Where are you at? I don't even see Vicky.
He hasn't come back.
I was going to ask Julie, your maiden name is Stratigos.
That's right.
Right.
Yes.
Is your family from Laconia?
No.
You're
No. My father was Dr. George Stratigos from New York. There's another George Stratigos I know in California, right?
Okay, I think so. But
Yeah.
my mother's maiden name was Stratigopoulou, but it was changed from Stratigos to Stratigopoulou when there was an incident with during the Ottoman Empire. There was a Turk there was a family member that killed someone and they had to move to Kalamata.
Got it.
So my mom used to tell the story, but it was Stratigos originally from Laconia. And
we're from Kythera back 7 generations. I know we have the family tree with the the Stratigos family crest, in fact.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So, but Terry, my wife, Terry, where was it? What region in Laconia was it? Was it Elas? What was the name of that city?
Well, it was called, the village was called Kulendia. And during I think it was the Orlov incidents, which is during the Ottoman Empire, the story goes that, they were burning all the property. So the family, they put all their gold in like amphoras, jugs or something, and they sailed to Kythera, where they were repatriated and given the name of Kulendianos, which was from the village of Kulendia, which was called Elliniko.
Elliniko, that's right.
But now randomly I met a woman on a Facebook group and she was from the village of Kulendia and she gave me all kinds of information on it. And it's now renamed Kulendia, and she's actually an Australian lady that went back to her roots. So
Terry's family generation came down from Laconia, which is near Sparti and all that region right up there, and then they took a boat and they got repatriated on Kythera, Kythera.
Anyway,
so that's why I always, when someone comes up with the name Stratigos, I'm always going to say, are we related?
You do.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I don't know. I mean, all I know is we go back to Milopotamo ages and ages.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you do a
Okay.
DNA
Yeah,
thing?
we knew
Have you done a
Stratigos
DNA?
from Lopotomo
I have
too.
not.
Oh, you haven't, okay.
No.
If you do, Terry, which ones have we done?
We've done family tree and ancestry, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if something comes up,
I'll let you know.
you know how to reach us.
I do. I know how to get you from, yeah, through Vicky, definitely.
Vicky.
Laura, can you hear me?
Maybe now.
Oh, are you muted? We can't hear you. Oh, she
Had
can't
the
talk.
same trouble.
Okay, so this is Laura. She's from the UK. And
Oh,
we
okay.
started when it was really early there. Can you hear us? She can hear us, but we met through KeithyTheFamily.net 100 years ago, right? I don't remember how long it was. And her family is from Logothetianica.
Okay.
And she can't tell us about it right now. So anyway, glad you got here anyway.
London and Johannesburg are the same time.
Can you text? Are you able to text?
In the chat?
In the chat? No. Okay. All right. Well, we're happy that you
Oh,
can
she's
listen.
Greek. She gave the Greek symbol.
Okay.
I'd just like to add that my great-grandmother from Milopotamos was Efrosini Stratigou.
Wow.
So
Really?
I'm probably related to you.
Yeah.
My
I'm going to have to look her up on the tree.
my grandmother's first cousin also married a Stratigos from Milopotamos.
Wow.
Sorry, what was that?
My grandmother's first cousin, Kominos, his name was Antonios Kominos, married a Stratigos, Angeliki Stratigos from Milopotamos.
Right.
They were in Sydney, in Randwick.
Right.
Did you know Emmanuel Stratigos?
No.
I knew him living in Kensington in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if he was from Milopotamos. I know his wife was, but I don't know what her maiden name was.
Most of the Stratigos are from Milopotamos, I think.
Probably. Yeah.
I knew an address and a Spiridonas Stratigos. Spiridonas
Which-
was a lawyer.
Oh, my father's brother is also a Spiridona Stratigo, but he wasn't a lawyer.
Yeah,
He was a,
now this one is was a practicing lawyer in Piraeus.
oh,
His
okay.
brother Andreas Stratigos, he was a factory owner and he lived in Piraeus as well, near Freatida.
Mm-hmm.
I think both have passed away now.
Right.
Anthony, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Anthony?
Which
Can
Anthony you were talking about?
Can I ask you, do you have a brother, Harry, on Kithara?
That is quite correct. Yes, I have a brother on Harry.
You look so much alike. I thought you might.
a little bit. He's a bit darker than me and a little bit taller.
Okay.
And we're probably related, Helen.
You reckon?
Are you related to Triandaphilos Koroneos, Belos?
To which one?
Triandaphilos Koroneos, Belos.
Oh, through marriage.
Right. Are you related to Papa Evangelos Kritharis?
If I dig deep enough, yes, I will be related to him.
I believe was my grandfather's first cousin.
Oh, okay. I'm related to Andrew Coronel, Somas. Someone, Maruli, you are Somas.
Yeah.
You know Andy Coronel? You know Andrea?
My mum's first cousin.
Is he the one in Vaucluse? Is he the one in
Yeah,
Vaucluse?
he's my first cousin. He's my first cousin.
Andy's your first cousin. The one from Vaucluse?
Okay.
I know.
I think he's on my tree too.
Vicky, we went
looking. I'm looking.
One big tree.
Andrew, I think. Andrew has 64 first cousins, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Vicky, do you remember we went to his house when we went to Australia the first time? They had the most amazing wisteria. I've never seen one like it.
We went to his house?
Yeah, we went to his house. George took us.
Did we go on the outside or did we go inside?
Both.
Oh, gosh, I should remember that.
And wisteria was like the
And I
most
didn't take a picture of it?
I don't know, but it was amazing.
It's like walking through a tunnel of violet.
Yes, it was so beautiful. I've never
Yes.
seen, and it's my
Vicky,
favorite.
I have to
vine.
go. I have to go.
Bye,
Thank you
Mom.
so much, all of you. Very glad to
Bye-bye.
meet you. Have a nice time.
Thank
See
you.
you as
Thank
soon
you.
as possible in other conditions. Very glad to meet you. Have a
Okay.
nice time.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Papa Solis.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Radhika.
Bye-bye. Okay, Helen,
Sorry.
I gotta ask Helen a question here.
I'm heading out too, Vicky. I'm sorry.
Are you? Okay, Tom.
Terry's gonna represent the family.
All righty.
Good night,
Okay,
everybody.
so Andrew,
Bye.
Good afternoon.
Bye. Bye, Keith.
Andrew's mother was Anastasia Diakopoulos. Is that?
Yeah, that's
related?
my father's. Yeah, how do you know?
Because I've got it on my tree. Who's your father?
Hang
Wait a
on.
minute. Maybe I have you in here already.
Theodosia was my dad's sister.
I can see you.
It was your dad's sister. Wait a minute. Your dad is
Angelo Diakopoulos.
Angelo. Okay.
And Thea was Diakopoulos before she married Coronel.
Okay, hang on a second.
Oh my
Wait.
God, we're going to become cousins, Vicky.
Yes,
oh
we
my
are.
God.
Actually, I have, I don't have the exact connection yet because I'm waiting for a little piece of information from Amalia.
If you have, if you're related to Theodosia, you'll be related to
Well,
me.
I have you on the tree as a connection, but not as the blood connection yet. That's what I'm still working on. But Anastasia, tell me again, she's your father's sister?
Sister, yeah.
Okay,
She
so
was-
I guess
he
I don't
died,
have her father. Oh, wait, Evangelos. Wait a minute.
Evangelos
yeah.
is my father,
There,
yeah.
Actually, I have you on here too. That's right. I do have you on the tree. I just don't have you connected.
Are you
Okay, there
related
you are.
to George Poulos, Helen?
George Poulos is first cousins was first cousins with my husband.
See, you and I are going to have to talk by ourselves because I got to figure that connection out too. Yeah, I keep telling George, get your tree.
On the ancestry DNA test, a George Poulos has come up. And I think it might be the George Poulos from Dover Heights, but I'm not sure.
So I've got, I know I'm a DNA match with George. So
George
Helen,
Poulos.
okay. So Evangelos's father was Charalambos. How was he connected to George?
No, wait, hang on.
Let's see.
Are you talking about my Evangelos, my father?
Okay, your father. No, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a
Wasn't
minute. No, wait a minute. I gotta
Charalambos.
get. Sorry, wait a second. Let me get to Helen.
Yanni.
Okay, so Helen, your father was. No, wait a minute. Your husband you're talking about. Your husband was Evangelos, right?
My father was Evangelos. My husband was Evangelos.
Right, but we're going to talk about George Poulos. So,
where is George today?
I would like to know where George is. I sent him so many emails, and he's like MIA. I'm surprised. He usually gets right back to me.
He's usually the first to join something.
Exactly. I don't know what happened to him.
Hmm.
Okay, so your husband's father was Charalambos.
Ah, yes.
Okay, now I guess what I'm trying to do is how do I get to George?
George's father was Konstantinos, who was a brother of Charalambos.
Okay, there we go.
There you are.
And I have him on there now that I think about
There
it.
you are.
Okay, guess what? And there's George. I didn't realize I already had him on there. Okay, but I don't have him connected. Anyway, we will do that one of these days. You guys want to do another breakout room or do you want to just...
Vicky, I'm ready to sign off.
Who's
Sorry,
that?
I'm ready to sign off. Vasilis here. It was
Vasily.
lovely meeting everybody. We're going to do it again and we'll stay in touch over email and Facebook and all that stuff. Thank you, Vicky, for organizing
Thanks
that.
for coming,
It was
Vasily.
lovely.
Thank you, Vicky.
It was
It's
lovely.
Emmanuel Padula.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Vicky. Fabulous.
leaving too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, well, we'll just say goodbye to everyone.
I'm still here as long as anybody wants to
can
stay.
you
I'm
hear me?
awake.
Vicky, can you hear?
Do you want to have a chat, Vicky?
Sorry, can you hear me, Vicky?
Yes.
Paul here. You mentioned the name Strategos previously. It came up. I don't know if you know the name Anangeros Strategos. if
Oh,
that rings
yes.
a bell with anybody, Anangiros.
Yes.
Because I have a picture of Anangiros with the Prime Minister of Australia, and in his hand is a Greek urn. The urn is 2,500 years old.
Oh my God. Fantastic.
In that urn is the sacred soil. It came from a war memorial in Greece. Anangiros brought it across from Greece after the Second World War and handed it to the Prime Minister of Australia. So that photo, I've made a copy, and it's now in a museum in Hyde Park in Sydney in the War Memorial Museum.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Wow, that's very cool.
So
That
that
is
was
amazing.
Anangiros Stathikos.
I knew an Anarios that it was many years ago, though.
He was a lawyer.
I'm trying to think what he looked like, but I knew I know the name I knew the name. I think he was quite a prominent figure in Kitherian.
He was. The poor chap unfortunately lost his foot. He slipped when he's boarding a tram, and he lost a foot.
Oh no!
This is many years ago,
Right.
in the 50s. Yes.
Paul, are you related to Jim, Con, Peter Mavromatis, etc.?
No, but his wife is. Hello.
Oh my God! You're a Mavromatis too, are you?
No, I'm Coronio, and I'm.
Oh, yeah, Coronios, okay.
And I am related to Andy Coronio. His father and my father were first cousins.
Right. No, I was talking about the Mavromatis side, who had the CB Hotel in the city.
No, that's not. That's a different family.
That's a different branch, because they were supposedly my father's second cousins.
No.
There was about 9 of them.
No. You might know my cousin Nick. He was the bank manager in the Commonwealth Bank here in Sydney.
No.
Nick Matus.
Are you from Pitsinadas or?
My grandfather was from Perlianica.
Perlianica. According to Manolis Mavromatis, he said that wherever they come from Kithera, they were all essentially originally from Pitsinadas, or the Mavromatis.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of them were, yes.
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 There was also an Andonis Mavromatis that was in Agia Anastasia.
Andoni, that was my grandfather's brother, I think, Andoni.
Is that right? Maybe another one. Because my great grandmother, my grandfather's grandmother, was a Kirani Antoniou Mavromati. And I suspect that she was from Pitsinadas, but I don't know that. I need to verify that.
Right.
My father was in an Epitropo in Agios Theodoros with a Harambos Mavromatis. His nickname was Salvaderi, but he's from Pitsinadas.
Right. No, well, my grandfather left Kithera in 1897.
1897, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Paul, are your first cousins Nikki and George and Mary Mavromatis? And their father's Anthony?
No. We're related to Tony.
Yeah.
Matus. And it's interesting you mentioned Jack, Peter, because Peter and Jack had the cafe, didn't they?
Yeah, but Tony owned it. His sister Kiriakula ran it and owned it, but he took over it, and then he moved to Sydney to start his empire in the 40s.
I remember Peter because when I was there for a month, part of the deal was the meals were included, and we would go down to the cafe, and Peter would cook, and we'd have a meal there in the cafe. That's how we got to know Peter.
Yeah.
So are you related to Peter Mavromatis that had a cafe in Sydney? In the city?
No. My grandfather, Manoli, had the Sydney Cafe. My father's one of the first Greek doctors in Sydney. He graduated. He went to medicine in 1930.
But wasn't Jim Mavromatis, Con Mavromatis, and that related to that Emmanuel Mavromatis, or is that a different branch?
Well, they could be distantly related, but it's a distant relationship.
Right, okay, because there was a photo published in the Kitherian by Maria Kapsanis, and that was, I presume, taken at the cafe in the city. And in it was my father's aunt. she was Ekaterini Farduli, but in actual fact, her maiden name was Ekaterini Andoniu Zaglaniki.
Right. Right.
And I was suspected, but maybe this is not the case now, that she was related because her grandmother was Kirani Andoniu Mavromati.
Yes. No, that's a different family.
Was that Con? Was that Con Anthony? Was that Con you're talking about? Con Mavromatis? Was he the doctor? Died in a car accident?
That's your uncle.
No, yes, that's right. That's my uncle.
Well, he married my auntie Eleni, Helen.
That's right. Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Bernardes.
Helen. Yes.
Yeah.
Helen, who's still alive. Yes.
And she's still alive. Yeah, 93, like the other month.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. Con was killed. He was 35 years old.
Well, Helen told me that she said, I was so scared because it was an arranged marriage, but she said when I saw Con, it was love at first sight. And she said she still has tears in her eyes every time she talks about Con. I think she loved him to bits. And she said the art that has been lost over the generations is all the women would match everyone. But it was their job sort of thing. They all were so good at knowing that he will fit her and they will fit together. And she said the arranged marriages actually worked out a lot better if you go back in history than what marriages are now, when you let young kids like us choose who we want to marry. And then we get divorced because we're fighting 10 years later. Yeah.
True. Yes. Yes. Speaking of Con, Con was killed in a car crash about a month after Christmas.
Yeah.
It was I think it was New Year's Day when we were all in Mudgee on a hot summer's day, and this was a miracle that I observed because Con, my father, Peter, and I were in front of the Mudgee Cafe, and there had been a summer storm. It had poured down, heavy rain. It had eased, and these children were coming across from the swimming pool. One of them was skylarking and stood up on the edge of a stone culvert that went across the stormwater channel, and he fell in. My uncle Con saw him, said, "That boy's going to fall in," and he did. As soon as he saw it, he knew that the next opening of that drain was about 100 yards down the road, and he told my father, "I'll meet you down there." My father was the doctor. My uncle Con stepped out. I remember him stepping out on the road, and I can see why, because a car came by just as he stepped out. As soon as that car went by, he hit the road. And I've seen Olympic runners run 100 metres. They were slow compared to my uncle. When he hit that road, he just took off and zoomed down that road at a speed which you couldn't believe. And he got to the other drain. He's a strong man. He held in his arm onto something, put his other arm in, and he said the water was so strong he could hardly hold his arm in. But he waited and waited. He thought he'd missed that boy, but then the towel came through, and then the boy, and he grabbed him. And
oh my God! What a story!
Wow, amazing!
It was amazing.
Chilling, isn't it amazing?
I nearly loved
What happened?
The boy was 6 years old, and
Mm.
unfortunately, Uncle Con was killed a month later.
Oh. How awful.
The way it happened.
What a story. Huh?
Yeah.
And did the boy survive?
Yeah, yes, he survived. Yes. The family came in and thanked my uncle, but it was interesting. My uncle was actually killed driving back from Sydney in an old ute. The mayor of Mudgee had the idea of getting an old ute and using that to take provisions, milk, bread, whatever, to people in poor circumstances who lived just outside of Mudgee. And my uncle and another mate of his says, "Oh yes, we'll go down and buy an old ute in Sydney, bring it back." And when he was 9 miles from Mudgee, a circus truck apparently was on the wrong side of the road. It hit him and killed him. So he died.
Tragedy.
Community work.
When I grew up, everyone I met that knew Con said, not just because he died at all, but they just said he was the most beautiful man. Like God was in him, you know, there was the Holy Spirit there sort of thing, that he was a beautiful man sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, well, that's true. He was just one of nature's gentlemen. Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Oh, we might have to go, but thank you, Vicky, for arranging this. It was great. And thank you for putting it on in the afternoon. It's a lot easier for us in Australia.
Well,
call yourself a strong Uzo.
What's
I'm
that?
having an early morning chipper instead of coffee, I think, for breakfast.
I got.
Vicky, it's been just fabulous.
It's been fun.
You've brought so many people together. And I was saying before in one of the chat rooms, and I'm getting to know Americans. I know a lot of Australians, of course. But
Look what I found.
Australian.
Do you see it?
Oh,
I love it.
Wow.
Right.
See it as well as.
That is great.
You see that? So that's the
Yes.
family
The
crest.
detail. Just to
Okay.
describe it.
There's a whole description. I'll get your email from Vicky Lynn and I'll send it to you because there's a whole story behind it.
I love it.
Right.
Yeah, and it's painted somewhere in Milopotamo. It's our mission to go find it. It's somewhere in one of the tunnels in the water mills.
So you must come from royalty then, from Venetian royalty.
I don't know.
Maybe not Venetian.
No.
Probably
it's
Byzantine.
Byzantine. It's Byzantine.
Is it Byzantine? Well,
Yeah, because this was awarded by the Byzantine emperor for their contributions to the Byzantine Empire.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We were the literate farmers. All of ours.
I'm sorry, Helen?
Good.
At the Castro, there's a small museum full of different coats of arms.
This must be there because Martina gave me this.
Right. So then it must be there, of course,
Yeah.
because it's got all the coats of arms that were sort of
right.
around. And it's a beautiful little museum, and it's got the history of all the families and things there.
Next time I'm going to be there. My husband makes fun of this because there's a chicken in it. My husband's family, yeah. My husband's family is the Mavromichalis clan from Mani, the Scamardia, like the ones.
Notorious family.
And he thinks that they're, way more important than us. But so he went and dug up his family's coat of arms too. But I haven't seen it yet. Somebody has it.
That's funny.
We discovered my husband's coat of arms, which is this one. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So it's murmura, and they say it's the only crest that actually has a sound because it's a fish that makes a sound.
Wow.
Wow.
And it's quite interesting with crest because they say you can see how aristocratic a family is from the number of stars they have.
Oh, no.
Your husband's name originates.
You look at the number of stars.
Wow, 3 already.
Quite interesting.
It doesn't look like we have any in ours, but whatever.
Just throw them on.
I don't think we have one.
Practical.
You've got a chicken, exactly.
What more do
There
you
was
need?
a priest on Kithira called Papa Mormori. Is your husband related to him?
Sorry, what was that?
There was a priest on Kithira called Papa Mormori.
Yes, yes, I know.
And there's a photo, I think, I'm not sure if it was on KFN or some other web page. And I can't remember exactly how long ago, but it wasn't that long ago because obviously there's a photo. So was he related to him, or Or?
I know that we're going back generations because my husband's family was on Kithira for 200 years before they ventured to the north. They went to Corfu.
Until when? How long was the name?
We're talking about generations back.
Because I don't think the name Mormoris is found on Kithira anymore.
Yes, I don't think it's on the island anymore, but he was actually the ancestor, was Archbishop of Kithira.
Is that right?
This is where the crest comes from, which is quite interesting. And opposite the main church in Chora was their family home. And we were very lucky because Eleni Haru actually, as soon as she found out that he was from this family, she opened up the church round about 11 o'clock at night to show us where his ancestor was buried. It was very, very touching. Yes. There's so much we don't know. So much we don't know.
So I've got to say good night. I've got to go now, but it's been beautiful being here, and I'll say good night to everybody. Bye now.
Good night. Thanks for coming, Paul.
There, Paul.
I just let Lorraine Poulos in, but I think it might be George.
Oh, you know, I just sent him an email. I said, we missed you today. Where are you? I said, we're still here. Last time he was hanging on because he wanted to make it to 3 hours. Okay. Now we have made 4 hours, right?
That's how you make it to 3 hours because it's
Or no, I guess we've only been on. So we ended up, I think Tony was one of the ones that was on the longest last time too.
Yeah, I stayed on after Paul, after George Poulos announced that he wanted to make it a long meeting.
Yeah.
By the way, Terry, that's what as far as the renaming of Kulendia back from Elinikon, in 1988 when we went to Manavasia with some relatives from Mum's side and drove back through the back road through Elinikon, the sign had been changed to Elinikon from Kulendia.
But I think they changed it back to Kulendia. That's what she told me.
That's what happened.
There he is.
They removed in 1984 when we went there was a name Zaglanikanika opposite the garage there that Panayotis Komnenos has.
Wait, where?
When I went there in Zaglanikanika at the fork in the road, at the T in the road.
So we're not in Kulendia anymore. We're in Zaglanikanika.
No. Zaglanikanika, they also renamed Kambos. They renamed Zaglanikanika to Kambos because they reckoned it was a Bulgarian name.
Wait. Okay, are we talking about on the island?
Yes.
Okay.
Zaglanikanika.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they renamed it to Kambos. Now, the sign Zaglanikanika disappeared when I went there in '87. It was no longer there. Harry sent me a picture last year, was it the year before? Last year, and the sign Zaglanikanika is back, but it's a bit further down the road. So we've got our name back. So that's what happened to Kulendia as well.
Yes.
Some government policy or something.
Can I say goodbye, everyone? I have to go. It was lovely meeting you all. Thank you so much, Vicky.
Thanks for coming.
How's your brother Foti? How's your brother Foti?
I have no idea. I'm afraid he's, yeah, it happens.
All right.
I might also head off. Lovely to meet everyone.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I'm going to go too. Have a good night, everybody.
All right.
Lovely to see you. Thanks, Vicky.
Nice meeting you all.
Bye.
Oh, we finally got George here. It's about time. Where you been, George?
Stay 5 minutes for George.
Oh my God, George.
Can he hear us?
Oh, God.
There you are.
Oh,
Come on.
leave it.
Where
I
the
shouldn't-
heck have you been, George?
But listen.
Hey, we've been going on since 7
my
p.m.
God.
here, 4 hours. You got your T-shirt today. You got it. Is that the
Yeah,
one?
I got it just in time.
All right. Is that the one that I
Biden
sent you?
inauguration T-shirt.
All right. George paid a fortune for that T-shirt.
Oh my goodness.
You didn't pay a fortune for the
Vicky
T-shirt.
sent it to
You
me.
paid a fortune for me to mail it to him.
Wow,
And he's got his
that's
pins,
merch.
too. Where are your Biden pins?
I tell you what, it costs more money to send it by 3 times than it costs to buy it.
That's what I said.
Postage from the US is not that cheap, to tell you the truth.
Oh, mate, unbelievable. Tony, you look very relaxed there, boy.
I've got gout on my left ankle, so I'm putting my feet up on the couch.
Okay.
That's why I'm in a reclining pose.
I thought that was your new chilled out image. That's all. That's all right.
Well, no, this time it's compulsory. I haven't been able to walk properly.
Is that really true that Zaglianica is no longer allowed to be called that name, or what?
No, we've been reinstated.
Oh,
I
reinstated.
never heard that. What happened?
We've been reinstated. Back in the 50s or 60s when there was the Greek civil war,
Yeah.
the local council decided to rename Zaglanicanica Cambos because they said it was a Bulgarian name.
Ah.
Most of the people back then were half illiterate, to tell you the truth.
Ah, I get it.
Agla is an ancient Greek word. Not only that, but the local temple of Asclepios, which was roughly where Agios Theodoros was, the Spartans called Aglapio. Asclepios was Aglapios in the Spartan dialect.
Yeah.
Not only that, there's rumors that possibly the Zaglanikis were originating in Zangro, in Sicily, because of the shape of the harbor in Messina, which is in the shape of a sickle.
Oh, okay.
Now, it gets more complicated. In ancient Greece, there were 12 tribes of Attica, one of which was Cithaeron.
Yeah.
Cithaeron left Attica and went and founded Cythera. Now, it's a possibility that he also went on to Sicily. Now, the Athenians, after they defeated the Persians at the Battle of Salamis, and they formed the Aegean League, or the Delian League, I think it was, they decided to invade Sicily, and they lost. It's a possibility that they thought they had the right to do so because the Sicilian Greek colonies might have been founded by Athenian migrants. It's all lost in history. This is only speculation at this point by me. But if you think of Zaglanikis or Zankl as being the shape of a sickle, Kythera, perismos in Greek, is harvest. And what do you use to harvest? You use a sickle.
Yeah.
Or Kythera could be from Kythera, similar as Thera, which is Santorini, but it could also have some relationship to the sickle.
Yeah.
Or Kytheron from Athens.
Sounds like a good theme for a 500-page
It's a very nebulous thing, but it's certainly not Bulgarian.
Okay.
So we've got our name back. The sign Zaglanicanica is back. Same as Kuledia. There were a lot of villages after the Civil War were renamed.
Well, I can tell you, Anthony, that I have a couple of family properties in Zaglanicanica.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
They used to be yours.
Yeah,
and they called Cabos.
Cabos, but it's also called Cataratas. Nana Cabos was the renaming of the village. The area to the north of Zaglanicanica is Cataratas.
Well, I think my surveys say Cambos.
That's because you tell me where the properties are, and I'll tell you where they are.
Okay.
Where are they located? North of
I don't know. I've got to find them now.
Are they north of Zaglanicanica, east of Zaglanicanica, where?
Between Zaglanicanica and Aroniadica.
It's to the south.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the reason they call Cabos is because Zaglanicanica was renamed Cambos.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not because they're in Cambos. There is a Cambos. Cambos means flat area.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Thank you for that bit of information.
North of Zaglanicanica is a level area, and there is one valley which separates that area, Cataratas, with the north of that, which is part of the Cambos, which is south of Potamos, and to the west of Trifilianica.
Tony, how many houses and how many people in Zaglianica?
There used to be about 22 houses. The census of 1825...
How many now?
Oh, now I don't know. I can't tell you. Because most of them have been bought by foreigners.
Yeah, I know, but there's 9 or 10, isn't there? Something like that.
As far as houses, you mean livable houses?
Yeah,
It's maybe about a dozen or something, yeah.
yeah, maximum.
But the number of people is probably heavy. I don't know if there's any other permanent residents there.
Yeah, but it's not New York City, is it?
Not New York City. As I said, the 1825 census said 56 people are there.
Yeah, yeah. There you go, Terry.
It's not
We're having a 500-page book discussion on.
It's not the smallest. It's not the smallest village in Kitara, but it's not the biggest either. However,
Tony,
in one encyclopedia, the population of Zaglanikanika is listed as 356 people.
Have you ever seen my video of going to Zaglanikanika?
You know why?
They must have mixed
You
it
know
up with
why?
Zaglanikanika.
Oh my God.
Tony, you know why? Because Trump supporters counted them. That's
It's a
why.
possibility. It could be fake news, but I suspect that what happened is that they mixed up the population figures for Logosetianica for Zaglanikanika.
Hey, listen, did we have any other talks other than Zaglanika?
No, we had a fair few.
We had lots of
I mean,
talk.
during the
Cameron,
course of
I have a question for you. You sent through a what do you call it? You know, pisto pitico. Who is that person? Is that a relative of yours?
The document.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought so. If anyone knows how to speak Greek,
Yeah,
or read,
Material translate. It's Kominos, Panayotis. Go ahead, Terry.
It's the president of the Kinotita, the community of Logosetianica, says that Panayotis Kominos of Ioannis, and of course the woman is not mentioned, has the Greek citizenship and is written in the I guess the
registry.
the archives. Born in 1889, and that's spelled out. And he's number 4. And he was born in Kominianica,
Which is Durianica.
Well, it says Kominianica here.
Yeah, it would be Durianica. Maybe the name Durianica stuck a bit later.
Well, maybe in 1889 that's what they called it.
It might have been still
And
Kominianica.
Ekaterini Kominu is the I'm not sure, her name is written up there, and this is for every lawful use. And it's
just a
proof of identity.
Yeah.
So is this a relative of yours?
well, I think when my great uncle Jack or Yanni went there, he was trying to find his father's birth certificate, the same birth certificate I'm trying to find my great grandfather's, and he paid someone on the island, and I'm told that someone ripped him off and just gave him the wrong guy.
That can't be true. Nobody
those documents you were able to get through the local council. In those days, Logosetianica would have been probably the local council for Durianica or Kominianica.
Okay. So is that saying that Peter Veneris, basically, or Panayotis Veneri or Komino, was born in Durianica, and he wasn't?
Yes.
Okay.
born in, it says Kominianica. That's what it was called. That's how they have it on there.
Ah.
And the name of the president is Ioannis Simos. That's also what it says there.
Oh, that's not so long ago.
Yeah, it was actually 1990.
That's right.
Yeah, Ioannis Simos was an electrician, and he was the president, the providers of Logosetianica.
Yes, and it's dated October 19th, 1990.
Right, yeah, I knew him, yes.
And he
Cameron,
did the
are you in the
electric
US
in my
of A?
house.
Australia.
What was that, Helen?
He
He's
did
at,
the
he's
electric
at Lockhart.
Oh, yeah?
in my house.
Where is he? Lockhart?
Lockhart, yeah, Queensland.
That's where I was. That's where I grew up.
Yeah, but the Veneris, very famous in Lockhart.
That's where I grew up, in Lockhart.
And they've written a book, Life in Australia. Have you got that book?
No, I haven't. I don't know who wrote
written
that.
in 1916.
Okay.
And the Veneris are well featured there. They're quite famous.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to
Which
think.
other Veneris do you know in Australia?
Just my immediate family, basically. I know some in Albury Wodonga, just down the road, and some went to Brisbane but changed their name, as was spoken earlier. But I don't know
Nobody
many
else.
other.
Let me tell you something. Helen Georgopoulos is up on that screen there. She comes from a town, it's the Central Coast, called Gosford.
Yeah.
And there was a very famous Veneris, she might know, who owned the Acropolis House on the
George,
Central
it was the
Coast.
Parthenon. It was the Parthenon, wasn't it?
No, it was called the Acropolis, remember?
George, the Peter Veneris, we made contact through this Zoom today. Tony Conomos from Sydney married Peter Veneris's daughter.
Sandra, that's
right.
Sandra.
They've got to talk to each other.
And I remembered because I was saying before that every Sunday we would meet up either at our place actually or at his place and put on Greek 78s and dance to them. That's where, Greek dancing. That was Veneris from Wyong.
And what was the house called?
I think Acropolis actually, because
I think it was called Acropolis.
I think it was. I will check on that, but it had columns. It was a beautiful.
Sandra would know. Sandra and Tony would know.
Beautiful home set in woodlands. It was.
Cameron.
He had a few acres.
I'll ring my auntie.
I was brought up in an inland town in New South Wales, and we used to go and have holidays in the Central Coast, and we used to stay at the Veneris' house when I was a child.
It was quite a large house.
Oh, it was beautiful.
He sold several lots.
It was superb. Yeah.
It became a subdevelopment.
Apparently, it's been demolished. I don't know how they got away with it. I would have thought it would have had a preservation order, but
Yeah.
I mean, funny.
Anyway.
I wish my grandfather was alive. He would be able to
Well,
agree.
I've come up with it as a DNA match to a John Veneris. Are you related to any John Veneris there, Cameron?
Yeah, at Bateman's Bay.
Well, I'm supposedly a DNA match to a John Veneris in the ancestry DNA. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, Johnny Veneris is my mother's first cousin, my second cousin. He's my godfather actually.
There you go.
But he's a builder. He lives at Bateman's Bay, Johnny Veneris or John Veneris. But I mainly speak to the Cominos in which are my family in Sydney, or the Mavromatises, the Matises.
It's not. You're not related to Paul Mathers that was there on before, was he?
No, I'd say we are going back, but
which Mavromatis are you related to?
Tony, Anthony Mavromatis or Matis, but I posted it up there before. I'll tell you Tony was 98 and he died about 10 years ago or more, and when he was about 98. So it would be the older one, but what were Tony's had some children, Nick Matis, George Matis, Mary, I can't think of their names at the moment. Nicky was the head of the ANZ Bank in Sydney there for a while, and then he, I don't know. They're all bankers. Beg your pardon, Vicky?
Was Violet one of his kids?
Oh yeah, Violet. Yeah, Violet would have been.
Peter, George.
That's it.
Tim,
Peter, George.
Anita.
Yeah, Anita. Yeah. They're a very
Sandman, guys.
They're a very I don't know. My grandfather Peter, his father died Paniotti from seafood sickness when he was about 33 years old in Lockhart. So because he died, his Kyriakula had to run 27 acres of market garden by herself, bring up 6 children and run the cafe. And she managed, but so Tony came out from Githera and he helped her, but he signed everything into his name and he collected the money basically. I'm not putting him down or anything, but he took all the money for 10 years, went to Sydney, bought property in George Street, King's Cross. Him and his family, they basically built Fairfield, when it first started. They're a very wealthy family, like billionaires, extremely wealthy in assets. But yeah, so we never. He was a businessman, put it that way. The kids are beautiful people, but when we sold the cafe, we lifted up this safe, and there was a lease under it, and the lease was in Tony's name, Anthony Matus, for 1 year, that he owned half the business somehow. So my pop and uncle, when they ran the cafe for 50 years, they paid him every year a lease that he owned half the lease of the building and the business. So they paid him money for 50 years. And when they retired, they realized they only had to pay him for 1 year.
Oh, gosh.
You know, I remember going to Sydney, and he said something to my pop and uncle. They said, "Oh, look at the lease." And I said to my uncle, "What does that mean?" And it means bygones be bygones. And he sent his son down. His son come back with 2 baklavas. Gave one to, like, "We're sorry, here's a baklava." But that was Uncle Tony. When he died in the hospital in Sydney there, St. George Hospital something, he sat there for an hour and told all these boys what to buy. Make sure you collect the rent here. They were collecting money, cash rent still. And he just told them how to run the business. And then he said, "I need some peace." And 10 minutes later, he died. That's the last thing he said to his children, how to run the family business.
Money.
Yeah, but you know, that's why he was a billionaire in assets, I guess. But the family, all the kids are beautiful. Like Nikki and George and Peter, they all grew up in Lockhart. And I think Tony was, but something hardened him in his life, you know, when he was younger, when he lost his wife, I think. It just changed him. But yeah, my pop and uncle didn't care. They loved him and just, oh well. They'd rather family than an argument, you know, over money.
That's rather unusual, actually.
Yeah.
Families, that's rather
Very
unusual.
Uncatherian.
Yeah.
Very Uncatherian.
Well,
Very Uncatherian.
Pop and Uncle shouldn't have been in business together, and they were brothers. Uncle Jack got married and on the same property built a house next door. And I grew up with my pop in one house and my uncle next door and all their children. And then we were born, the grandchildren, and I lived with my grandparents most of my life. So it was just 2 houses side by side. They both got up, hopped in their cars, drove a kilometre to their business every day, and then went back to their houses. And we had the big 27 acres with a big dam out the back where the market garden used to be. I turned it into a golf course, three pitch and putt golf course. But yeah, it was just a beautiful place to grow up where there was no fences and all the family were back and forth in each other's houses all the time. It was really nice.
How many people in Lockhart? How many people in Lockhart?
1,000 people, about 2,000 farmers around the district, wheat farmers.
And probably 50,000 sheep, is there?
Yeah, there's more sheep. But yeah. And they were the only, my pop said when they were kids, they were called Dagos and they were picked on, and they were the only Greeks in the town. But they had friends, but they didn't really have friends, Pop and Uncle, because they just went to work every day and they served the whole community. But when they sold that cafe, the Prime Minister, well, he couldn't make it, but the Vice Prime Minister at the time came down and they shut the whole town down. And there was over 4,000 people in a town of 1,000 that night, and they had a big party and it celebrated the cafe. You know, them running the cafe for so long because they were just public servants, really. But I think my pop and uncle stayed there and ran that cafe because their mother died, got hit by a car. But it's just through Greek guilt that they ran there because that they stayed there. They should have went off and educated themselves, but they thought they better stay there because their mother would be upset at them or something if they didn't run the family business. If that makes any sense to you guys. Yeah.
Can I ask a couple of questions? Like Laura and Keith, are you in America? Where are you?
Laura can't talk because she doesn't, her Chromebook is kind of old and it doesn't work. So she can text in the chat. But I met Laura through KithiToFamily.net a long time ago, and she has relatives that were from Logothetianica. And we met a couple of times, huh? 2013, we met in England. And when the last time we were there, we met in Greece because she came to Greece when I was there. We met in Athens.
Uh-huh.
So-
And what about Keith?
And Keith is our Terry's first cousin and my second cousin. So he's a Clenzos.
And where's he live?
Keith, unmute yourself. He's in Southern California.
Oh, he's on mute as well.
Yeah, he needs to unmute. Anyway, he lives down in Southern California.
Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Keith, unmute yourself.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm in Long Beach, California, which is right near Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, that's all right.
Southern California. Terry and I are very close relatives. Yeah, first cousins.
Well, my deep sympathies.
Yeah, my papu was Demetrius Clensos, and my yaya was Yanula Veselios Colionius.
Ulendianos.
Yes, thank you.
Ulendianos.
And they were
I'm sorry, go ahead.
born in Fornoica in Kithra, Greece.
Tell
Yeah.
them about the time you went to Greece with Yaya.
Yeah, that was about 1970s when the military was in charge of Greece. And I escorted my yaya to Greece. And also at the same time, my uncle Pete was doing the track and field team there for the Olympics trials and such. And my cousin Peter Jr. also went, and they were like the coaches for the track team and everything. And I got to go to Kithra and Crete, and my grandmother got to see her brother Chris in Crete, and very, very exciting time that I had, and learned a lot. But it was a long time ago.
Yeah, don't worry.
I didn't
very
know.
beautiful.
I'm related as well, because when I did my DNA,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
love
my-
the blueness of the Aegean Sea. It's a azure blue, and the meadows and the sheep in Kithara were outstanding. And I met some relatives I didn't know about there, also Clensos and
So you're
Terry.
a nephew. You're a nephew to Pete Lenzos, the
No,
coach.
he's Pete's nephew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pete's nephew.
So Uncle Pete's nephew.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you must be cousins somewhere along the way.
Cousins. We're first cousins.
First
His
cousins.
mother and my father were brother and sister.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we're
And then
probably
maybe-
related too. Because there was a couple, there's been Spiro Kolonianos and Vasilios Kolonianos have come up as relatives on the DNA test.
And-
They're our through our grandmother.
Yeah. And
Yes.
Terry and Vicky did an outstanding job on our family tree on the I can't remember the name of that
Jenny,
website.
you're talking
Yeah,
about?
The Jenny,
Cheating, I guess. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Jenny tree is not very accurate because ours was based on Telemachos's tree, the tree that he did. And then when Amalia started working and gathering all the information, she had many more files and records
Wow.
than what he had. And so there's like one big, huge branch back there that's in the wrong place. So
I think Telemachos is
the corrected on Jenny is like, forget it. It's just too.
And Jenny, now they don't have Flash anymore, so it's very difficult to navigate.
you got the option. You got the option of using Flash or not.
There's
Flash
an
is not
It's an option
supported
on
any
the
longer.
drop down.
There's no more Flash. I uninstalled my Adobe Flash because it's not supported. As of December 31st, 2020.
Vicky,
Yeah.
I have to take on babysitting services. I am a grandmother. And I've just been called for babysitting services.
All right. Is Penny living on the island too? Or are your kids both? Are your kids living on the island?
My son
Where's your son?
with his family, 3 children. He lives here, and he was the first to start organic olive oil on
well, that's
Kithara, and and that's his line of work. He's studied agriculture, and so he lives here, and his wife's an engineer, and from Athens, and so far so good. So far so good. She adapted to island life. So now I'm being summoned to look after the little one, and I can't say how much I enjoyed today and listening to everyone's stories. And this is just
we enjoyed having you here because you're the link to Kithira. You're there. I think everybody.
Are you involved in the Philharmonic?
Yeah, I felt I was talking too much, but
Not at all.
No.
But it was just wonderful meeting everyone again and seeing. I'm starting to get familiar with some of the faces. Global Zoom 3. I think we'll know exactly how we're related by that time.
Are you involved in the Philharmonic, Helen?
Well, in the string orchestra. I'm a member of the Philharmonic, but I can't play wind instruments. I'm trying.
If you see Panagiotis Lefteri, give him my regards. He's my cousin.
Yeah, I saw him last night, and actually tomorrow they're making Maria, his wife, is making giving a presentation for the friends.
How many kids has Panagiotis got?
Sorry?
How many kids has Panagiotis got?
One son.
Just only one. What, is his sister Katerina married or not?
Yeah, she's got 2 children.
She's got 2 kids. Is she on Kithira or is she in Athens?
Athens.
Athens, okay.
Yeah,
she married a Kithirian?
I don't think so.
Right, okay. She moved on.
She married out. She married out.
Moved on.
Hey, Helen, just one piece of information. The rain was in the Telstra office yesterday.
Yeah.
And guess who should bump in? Little John Dikopoulos.
Oh, you're joking. Oh,
no. They've taken up their romance again.
Really? He needs something. He's stuck in Australia. He's dying to get back to his house here in Kithira.
I know. So are we.
So are you. At least you have your son here. Let me tell you how wonderful your son is. He does. He's fantastic. He's on our committee, by the way, on the Friends Committee, and he's doing a wonderful job. He's taking over all the IT stuff. That he's getting us. He's bringing us into the.
Yeah, he's good at that stuff.
He's very good. He's very good.
Well,
and,
do you have any property in Aia Patricia?
Sorry?
Do you have any property in Aia Patricia?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Because my grandfather sold a piece of land with a big cave in Aia Patricia to an Eleni Diakopoulos in 1953.
Not me.
Because I presume that we might be related because he inherited.
Just wondering who that Eleni Diakopoulos is. But anyway,
that
will take another hour to work out. So I better go. This has been fantastic. I'd like to say thanks to everyone and hope we meet again soon.
Good morning.
Lovely meeting you.
George, we have to speak. You know that. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will. Okay.
Well, I haven't got much to tell you because the Timotoloyo isn't replying to my email.
Really? Oh, okay. Yeah. When we get onto that again.
No. I'll send you a report shortly.
Okay.
By the way, they're reviewing the Basarkio maps.
Common property.
They're reviewing the Basarkio maps in February again.
Basarkio?
Yeah, they're reviewing the maps again in February.
Yeah, when are they going to give us a definitive answer on yes or no to objections?
It'll be years probably.
I can't believe it. We can't do a contract because these idiots can't make a decision.
Vicky, thank you so much.
Thanks
Vicky,
for coming, Helen.
You are just wonderful. You have brought all the globe together.
Oh, it's fun. It's been a lot of fun.
It's been great.
And maybe if I got to figure out the time difference, but maybe I'll come to that on Sunday.
You should be able to. The Australian.
Yeah, 6 p.m. There you do the math. What time would it be here?
6 p.m. would be 8 a.m.
Oh, is that it? Okay. I can
All
do
right. Okay. Nice if we see you, if you can make it. Okay. It's the first time we're doing something like this. We may have some hitches, but Dean's working on it.
Good.
George's son is working on it. Okay. So thanks very much, everyone.
Bye. Filia pula.
Bye. Have a happy new year.
Eritismos eolus.
Thank you. Filia pula.
Say hi to Lita. We missed Lita today. So George, what's new?
Well, nothing much except my son has got a job, and I'll tell you what his job is now. Lita, who's the archaeologist, and Tim Gregory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tim now has kind of got the beginnings of dementia. So Dean's almost his full-time carer, so that's his job.
I remember you telling me that last time.
Yeah, so that's what he does.
Trained in healthcare or what?
No, he takes him everywhere, and
He's a driver, chauffeur.
and Tim can walk like a bloody goat. So Dean, poor old Dean's got to follow him around, and Dean's getting very fit.
So what? He's stuck on Kithera, is he?
Yeah, they leave him on Kithera.
Has he been
And
off-
when
has he
Lita
been
goes
off
up to
the island?
Athens, Dean's still got to look after him during the day.
So how can they
But
get
that's
off
his
to
job.
Athens?
He's been doing it for about 6 months, I guess, 5 months.
When's the last time they've been off the island?
Dean?
Anybody, yeah.
Oh, no, they go back and forth. There's a bit of a lockdown now, I think, but before they could go back and forth.
Right, okay.
But it's been pretty hard. Like in the initial stages, Dean had to have a pass to go from Anastasia to Portamor, which is 4 kilometres away.
Really?
Is that right? I didn't know that. Gee, that's that bad.
Yeah, yeah.
And you haven't got any olives, so you can claim that he's gone to pick the olives on him.
No, he's too smart to pick olives. That's too hard.
Right.
So he had to have a pass? Like what kind of pass? Did they do like a text thing like they were doing in Athens?
The whole country does.
I mean, they did that in Kithera, George?
Did they have to do what? I didn't quite get what you
Well,
asked.
in Athens, I understood they had to like text. There was a text that they had to send out that they were going to be going somewhere, and then they'd get it to
Shopping or whatever,
automated
yeah.
text back.
Yeah, like Adia, yeah, absolutely. And like
So
even, as I say, just to go 4 kilometres, they had to do that.
Wow.
And you have to show it to the policeman when you went there.
So
And
I
then there were
heard,
fines if you didn't have it all the paperwork.
I heard that at Easter, a woman got in trouble because her reason for going was that they couldn't eat the lamb all by themselves. So she had
Hey, up at our joint. I
So
know.
how's Lorraine doing? She keeping busy? George?
I can't hear a word. I'm
Oh.
going deaf.
I said, how is Lorraine doing?
Oh, Lorraine is excellent. She's really having a ball. So her business is fired up, and she's fired up, and she's swimming. She got up this morning at 7:30 and did 16 laps of a pool, 50-metre laps.
Wow.
And she goes swimming regularly, and she's really, her business has gone ballistic, and she's really not going to burn out because she's got these other interests that are keeping her sane. But normally what keeps her sane is 2 or 3 months in Kithera.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't go to icebergs, does she?
What's that?
She doesn't go to icebergs, does she?
I've got to go and
Icebergs.
get hearing aids.
Icebergs at Bondi Beach.
Oh, no, she doesn't swim there.
Right,
She's,
good.
we swim at Bronte in the
Bronte,
pool.
okay.
You know the pool at Bronte?
I have been there. I haven't been at
Sunday,
the
they
pool.
rope it off and
Yeah.
they do laps. There's about
Yeah.
30 of them. And she's part of that group.
Nice.
But she also goes to squads, which she did this morning. No, it's really good. She's got other stuff to do, which is great. Because her business, where I'm sitting in her office here, has gone ballistic.
Now, is she still doing the consulting like she was before?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And now she's got about 6 or 7 associates who do a lot of her work for her. So she's got to coordinate them, and it's.
Are
But
they
she
all
loves it. She
working?
loves it.
Are they all working from home?
They're all working from home. She doesn't want them in the office, and she doesn't want to do any travel. So one of them in particular loves to travel, so she sends him off to Queensland when he can get in, and Victoria when he can get in. And so, yeah, it's all changed. Everything's changed for her. So,
And what are you doing to keep yourself busy now?
How?
I said, what are you doing to keep yourself?
Oh, look, I've got a million things to do. I just, what was I doing just now? I can't even remember. Oh, we got a project. I bought a factory in Gosford. We were talking about the Veneries before. And we're going to build a couple of more factories on the land because it was underdeveloped and a whatever. So I'm just waiting for the final plans for that. And then I've got to try and get transferred about 15 properties in Kithra. They're not very valuable, all of them, but it's been a nightmare because of that forestry thing. You can't, and we put objections to some of them, you can't do a contract until the government from 3.5 years ago tells you whether your objection has been upheld or denied.
But are you trying to sell them or transfer them to your name?
You can't transfer them. They're in the hands, 10 of my properties are in the hands of a person that we all agreed would be our trustee. And I can't transfer them because we made objections to the forestry taking the land from...
Well, so according to Akrivis Liu, they can't take the land from you. All they can do is reclassify it as forest.
Yeah.
They can't take it from you.
No, I know, but say if you've got 4,000 square meters of land, right? And 2,000 is designated as forest, then you've got to rejig your whole... In 4,000 square meters of land, you can build 2 houses. And if they're stone houses, you can build large houses. But if they start taking 2,500 of it, you're suddenly restricted to 1 house. So your property has just been diminished.
Unless you're selling, it doesn't matter. If you're just trying to transfer it to your name, why does that matter? Because your objection will still be pending, and you'll be evaluated in due time unless you're selling.
But Akrivi and Stella are not allowed to enter into contracts on my behalf.
So you're trying to sell?
Because of the objections.
But
if you've made objections, you can't deal in the land. If you if you haven't made objections, you can deal in the land.
Right, okay.
Not the other way around.
Yeah.
And the ones I've made objections to are all the valuable ones.
Right.
So.
Now, James Renes is having a few problems with a bit of forest and classification near his house, right next to his house, I think it is.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, we have miles of. I've got a block.
They're reposting the Sarkio maps in February sometime, 22nd, 23rd of February, something like that.
Yeah, but that might mean that they might have made some decisions.
Well, I read somewhere, and it's disappeared off the internet, that was posted by Adonios Lambrinidis, that some people from Mani took the government to the Symboulio Epicratias, and they won. Now, what's the result of that? I looked up the Symboulio Epicratias decision site, and I couldn't really find that particular number of the decision with that particular number assigned to it. Now, I don't know what's happened, because they could be asked for they could have appealed, they could have asked for a stay. I don't know what happened. The same happened with Earth. The government was taken to court about Earth, the TV station, about it being supposedly illegally closed down and turned into, what was it? I can't remember the replacement name. But the government, the right-wing government of Adonios Samaras, ignored that decision. It doesn't seem that it's, the court can't seem to enforce decisions against the government. There seems to be a few problems.
We have someone who just joined us. Let's welcome Vasiliki. Vasiliki, can you unmute yourself? Do you know how to do that?
Yes, good morning.
There you go.
Από Αθήνα. Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Καλημέρα σας.
We've been going on since 7 o'clock, so we're on
me.
how many hours now? We had about almost 70 people earlier, and now we're down to the last few, but it's nice that you joined us.
Yes, I wanted to, but for us it was too early.
Very early, I
5
know,
o'clock.
I know. So tell us a little about you and your family on Kithira. What's your connection to Kithira? Your parents born there? Are you born there?
I am a Farduli. My family is from Trifilianica, from Vasiliki Farduli. And we have the house in Fardulianica, in Potamos. As we're going up from the Platia, there is the Pigadi. And if you turn on your left, there is a territory that's called the Fardulianica. We have a house there. And my aunt is Anna Samiu, and my uncle was Peter Fardoulis that you have in Sydney. Manolis Fardoulis, Mr. Poulos knows him. We have spoken in Latia with and Thodoroulis Fardoulis, who had the Cafenio.
Are you a
What
Calogridis?
about Themi? Are you related to Themi?
To?
Themi?
Themi?
Themi. Themi and Helen.
Themosticleas. Eleni.
Eleni,
Από Ασσαλία.
and their son is John, who
Ο
did.
Γιάννης που κάνει τα αρχαιολογικά.
Ναι, ναι, δεν είμαστε από ακριβώς την ίδια, δηλαδή οι πατεράδες μας είχαν συγγένεια, ξαδέρφια ας πούμε.
Ναι.
Και αυτοί οι φαρδούλιδες έχουν τα σπίτια γύρω από εμάς, είναι αυτοί. Ελένη, ο Θεμιστοκλής, ο Θέμης. Θέμη, I didn't hear you well.
Ναι, Θέμη
Το
Σικλέας.
Παρατσούκλι είναι Καλογρίδης.
Ναι, ακριβώς.
Καλογρίδης, okay.
Καλογρίδη. My full name is Φαρδούλη Καλογρίδη Βασιλική.
So, was your father related to Rulis, the Cafenio?
Ναι, αδερφός, Γιάννης Φαρδούλης.
Peter Fardoulis, who is in Cogra in Sydney, is he another brother, is he?
Yeah, in Sydney, I have Peter Fardoulis, my uncle, and Manolis Fardoulis, which is now in Pelagia.
Did Peter marry Bobo Fardouli?
Bobo was my aunt.
Lahana?
Yes.
Okay.
Lahana,
Yes.
Lahana, yes. A cousin of mine have married Lahana Thodoros.
Yes, she had Vaso and Androniki.
Ναι, ναι. Είμαστε first cousins. Βάσο και...
Listen, guys, I've got to go.
Yeah.
Sorry to be late and all.
George. Good to see you.
Harika Vasiliki.
Glad you showed up.
Θα βρεθούμε
Let's hope that we will see you in Kithira.
George.
I'm in Sydney.
Yeah.
Hello, George. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. We'll meet in Kithira.
Good luck with the Platia. You'll need it.
Cameron, get my email and we'll have a bit of a yak.
Yeah, I think Vicky's going to send everyone's email to everyone.
Oh, good. Okay, so do that, and I'll catch up with you.
Okay, awesome.
Tony, see you later, mate. I hope you get your voice back.
Good luck with Vasarfio.
Yeah. Good luck. All right. See you later. Yassas. See ya. See ya, Vicky.
See you, George.
Bye.
Blessings.
Are the land taxes very expensive in Greece, in Kithra?
The land tax is not high,
Are the what?
but there's inheritance taxes.
Oh, land tax, I was saying, Vicky.
Land tax is called Enfia, but it's very small. It was meant to replace inheritance taxes, which were then minimized to very small levels back when the New Democracy Party came to power, back in the early 2000s. But then when the PASOK, Georgios Papandreou-led party, won the elections. I think it was 2007, 2008. I can't remember the year. They brought back inheritance. They levied up the inheritance taxes again, but they left the NPR still.
Okay, so if you
The
buy a
NPR is
property,
like the NPR is like not a land tax, but it's a property tax. It includes the value of the actual building, etc. It's not only on the land.
so not if you inherit a property, but if you just go in and buy one, because I've considered buying a property.
Well, you got to pay taxes for buying it. You got to pay the transfer. There's a 13%, or there used to be a 13%. I don't know what it is now. And the buyer pays a 13% levy on the value of the property. You've got to pay the paperwork for the paperwork. You've got to pay for surveys, all sorts of things. Well, sorry, maybe the seller is paying for the survey, but he can probably negotiate it with your amount.
It gets expensive, yeah.
Well, you got to do your homework. Do your homework. Not, as I said, there's inheritance taxes. If you pass away, or the person that has the property in Greece passes away, they have to pay inheritance taxes over there.
Yeah, I understand, like a capital gains.
Yeah. No, well, it's not a capital gains such. It's when you in Australia, there's no capital gains and stuff when somebody passes away and leaves his property to his beneficiaries.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah.
It's like it used to be death duties in Australia, but then they got rid of them. J.P. Peterson got rid of them in Queensland first, and then the rest of Australia fell behind.
Yeah.
And then that was replaced later on by a Labor government with the capital gains tax.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go because I've been on Zoom for 5 hours, and then I had another Zoom earlier, and then I sat in this chair for 9 hours while I was working. So it was really wonderful, Vicki. Thank you for organizing this, and so nice to meet everybody. And I hope to do this again soon.
All right, Terry.
Bye, Terry.
All right, good night.
Thank you, cousin.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
See you
Terry.
later, cousin.
Love you
Bye.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm in the same boat. I need to do about 6-7 hours of study next, and then I've got 9 hours of Zoom tomorrow with the course I'm doing.
Where are you now, Cameron?
I came over to Perth
Oh my God.
to get away from the East Coast. I don't love it here. I mean, the wind is annoying, but it is a beautiful place, and the beaches are beautiful.
It's different. It's obviously quieter than Sydney and Melbourne.
It is. So it was good. It was an interesting drive across, and I'm about 300 meters from the beach here, so I might go for a walk first to clear my head.
I've got a few relatives in Perth, not as many obviously as in Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, etc.
That's it. But I'm looking at moving to Panama or Nicaragua or
Panama.
Or, Costa Rica. Possibly. I was going to go to Philippines or Malaysia.
I don't know if it's a good idea at the moment.
It's not. Yeah, well, it's not too bad. I don't know. I want to. I need to be in a tax-free country. Basically, I need to set up a permanent residency for my business in a tax-free country.
Well, one of my ex optometrist daughters, she married somebody and they went to Costa Rica, but I think she's back in Australia now. Name was Steve Zangiottis.
Well, I'd go to Greece and I'd pay the 20% tax capital gains on worldwide foreign income.
No, it's more than that. The inheritance taxes, if you want to buy property and stuff and that, there's inheritance taxes and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, I just meant for running my business. If I earn money
what kind of business? Are you still talking about construction?
Well, no, I stopped construction. I would continue it if it's a design that I want to build. I'm not going to build for clients anymore. I'm just going to design a place, build it myself, and sell it.
You're going to be a developer, in other words.
Yeah, but I trade stocks now in the stock market. I got into cryptocurrency years ago, which is the reason why it helped me sort of get away from building, semi-retire a little bit, which sort of set me up for the future. But I've had to. That's why I'm studying tomorrow. I'm studying options trading, which is pretty intense sort of trading. But I want to learn how to do it properly because I was a cowboy. But I found a good trading school in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, and it is incredible. The things I have learned, I believe, will save me 25 years of mistakes. I paid a good chunk of money to do these courses, but I'm better off in a tax-free country. People might think I'm greedy or selfish.
So Greece is not a tax-free country as such.
No, but if I go to Panama, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, even Uruguay, or or even the Philippines, I would be, it's like, even if I'm a resident, not even a citizen, I will be tax-free.
What about Monaco?
Where?
Monaco.
Oh, it's too expensive.
Too expensive, is that right? Okay.
Oh, Monaco, I think it is. I think it's far too expensive. I'm not an idiot with money. Like, I have enough money to see my days out now. I'm very blessed in the position I'm in, but I can't just go and spend my money on private jets and and stupid things. I'll blow it all. I'll have nothing. And I learned that mistake 10 years ago when I made a lot of money. I blew it all on a girl. I took her to Santorini, proposed
In
to her.
Greece, they have made a new regulation about the citizens from other countries that want to come in Athens.
Yeah.
Have you checked this? I don't know if it's compatible, but we have something new now for people that want to come and declare that they will live in Athens. They will have only a certain amount of tax and nothing else.
It's like it's a tax holiday for a little while. It's like
For a little while.
Special tax rate, yeah.
Yes, you will know better, but check it, because every month they make new regulations, laws for people and companies that they want to come in Greece, and just catch up the news, because always there is something new about this.
Yeah, well, I know in Greece there's a flat tax rate, and you can pay 100,000 euros a year, and that's it. But you have to pay 100,000 euros every single year. So you want to be earning good money to be paying 100,000 euros in tax. Yeah.
Yes,
so
of course.
That's for people earning, like, millions and millions.
A million, yeah. You need to be earning over $1 million a year before you consider that.
Exactly, but it's worth it if you are earning $1 million. If you're in Australia earning $1 million a year, you pay $450,000 in tax. Like, it's incredible, or 400, at least 40%. So it doesn't really help you get ahead, or help other people in life, or do whatever you dream to do, I guess. But that's why I might have to do the hard yards in Central and South America for 3 years, and then I can finally build my dream home in the Greek islands.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So no matter what, the Greek islands, I'm 37 now. So I still have a few years until I'm 42. So I could get conscripted if I live in the Greek islands full time, I think.
That is correct. If you're classed as a Greek citizen, if your father or grandfather, I think, was born in Greece, were any of your grandparents born in Greece?
Well, my great-grandparents were, so my mother...
No, I'm not sure if it applies to great-grandparents. It applies to parents and maybe grandparents.
Yeah, it's only 2 generations, but I mean, I'm trying to apply for my citizenship at the moment, and if I do get it,
you might be classed as a Greek citizen. You might need to do service.
I can only do 3 months a year in Vietnam, which I'm happy. In Greece, which I'm happy to do, because until I'm 42, so I could be in Central South America and still get to Greece a few months a year to clear my head. Last year I went to Vietnam for 2 months to clear my head, but this year I've gone nowhere, and I might sound a bit selfish, but it does do your head in, just stuck in a house. I moved to Perth, and I'm loving this chat because I don't know anyone.
In Perth you can get around. You can get out.
Oh, there's no lockdown.
There's a gal that I met in Kithira the last time I was there. Actually, I was on the boat going from Neapoli to Kithira, and I was sitting at a table with a woman and her 2 daughters, and they're all from Perth. and she wanted to start a Catherian association there. Her name is, she's a Coronel. What's her first name? I'll think of it.
The husband was a coronel, or she was a coronel?
No, she's a Coronel, and oh my God, I'll
What's
think
her
of it.
name? What's her name? Bula?
But people were laughing at her because they said, "Oh, how are you going to start a Catherian organization there when there's hardly any Catherians?" Well, she goes, "Well, there's a few of us, so we can do it."
No, there's a few. Not a huge number, but there's a few. What's her name?
Ariane, that's her name. Ariane Coronel, and
No, Aria was Harry Coronel's daughter.
And her mother is Vula.
Vula, that's correct. Harry Coronel's husband passed away.
Yeah.
I think. And they got she's got there's 3 sisters. There's Erifili, Georgia, and Aria is the youngest.
Well, there's a Greek school here in Perth, and there's not much big Greek community, but there is, I think, a tight knit. They do lessons, language lessons, learning Greek on, I think, Tuesday night. So I was planning on signing up to that, and then I'll probably meet them through that. There's about 3 or 4 Greek restaurants around Perth, I think. So, and I need to get to them.
Those girls are related to Andy Coronius.
Yeah, well,
related to who? Andy?
Andy Coronius.
How are they related to Andy?
I think their father, Harry Coronius, is Andy's cousin.
Okay, now wait a minute. I wrote down that her husband's name was Panayotis. Vula told me her husband was Panayotis.
No, Vula's husband was Harry, as far as I'm aware.
What's that?
Vula's husband, as far as I'm aware, was Harry Coronius.
Well, what I'm saying is the woman that I met, because I took notes, and she told me that her husband's name was Panayotis, and he was the son of Konstantinos. So I have that in my notes. So I wonder, could it be a different one?
I can't remember. I visited their house in 1984, and in 1987 again. And I'm pretty sure the husband's name was Harry, but I might have made a mistake, of course.
Might be somebody different.
Did they live? You didn't get their address?
No, I have her
Sorry
email.
to interrupt, but I have to go.
It was nice to meet you, Vasiliki. Thank you for coming.
Me too.
Thank you.
Next time.
Keep all well, and we will contact in Kithira when you will.
Yes.
Let's say that we hope this summer we will meet in Kithira. 15 of August στο χορό του ποταμού. I am στο χορό του ποταμού, everybody.
That's right. Bye-bye.
So bye.
Bless
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah.
So I have also that the Paratsukli was Bellas.
Bellas? Yeah, they are related to the girl that Tony Economist was talking to. I forgot the name. Tapinis or whatever it was. Maruli. I got it written somewhere.
That's all right.
Maruli from they're from Maliada. They're cousins. I don't know, they're not immediate cousins, but they're more distant cousins.
Okay, guys, I think we're about ready to wind down. We made it to the 5-hour mark, right? Didn't beat the last one. The last one was 6, but you know.
Thank you, Vicky.
Unless you want to stay on another 45.
Tony and Cameron, thank you so much.
No, we'll be right on.
It's good meeting you.
Okay, Sarah, Thomas, and the kids, and we'll hopefully we'll catch up maybe next year.
All right. Well, we'll set another one of these up in a few months, and I'll send you guys off the information about. Of course, Australia is going to be hard for you for Sunday, but Keith, you might like to go to the Friends of the Museum thing. They're having a let me find it so I can at least tell you what it is.
I love museums.
Maybe they can do something that's similar to what was done for the library.
Let me I'll share this with you. They're having it's called Creative Kithira, a look at the island's artists, a bi-monthly series starting Sunday. Kithira has always boasted of a strong intellectual and academic tradition. In recent years, however, the island has also become home to an impressive and growing number of creative artists in many different media, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so they're going to have something like every 2 weeks. And I guess afterwards, they're going to place these on YouTube so you can always watch them there. So
Good.
that should be interesting.
You're an outstanding resource, Vicky. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky.
was
Thanks,
from
Billy.
Thank you.
All
Bless
right.
each of you. Be safe.
Good
And
to see
thank you again.
everybody.
We'll be in touch.
Take
Okay.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Cameron. Vicky.
See
Bye.
you later. We'll find out one day how we're related. I know I'm related to Vicky in about half a dozen different ways, so I'll probably add a few by the time I'm finished.
Well, if you're related to me, you're related to Keith.
Everybody else.
Because
Yeah.
I still think I'm related to you through the Cavazos there, Vicky. I think the Theodoros that was mentioned in your ancestors in the villages sort of thing, I suspect is a Cavazos.
It could be anywhere. There's so many, you know.
No,
we gotta work with Amalia. Has she done Zagla Mechanica?
No, because I tried to get her when she was doing Potamos. I tried to say to her that Zagla Mechanica belongs to Potamos, but that didn't apply to the dates that she was using. The date she was using was the old system where Zagla Mechanica belonged to Castricianica. It was transferred sometime at the beginning of last century. I don't know exactly the time. Presumably when the Dini was dismantled and brought and the Kenotitas brought in, it was transferred to the Kenotita Potamu along with Trifilianica, Logoticianica, and a couple other things. And Agios Theodorus then shifted to Aroniatica for some reason or other. There was a lot of reorganization of the Kenotitas at some point. Amalia probably knows the date. At that stage, in the old system, Zagalanicanica was listed under Agios Theodorus, Metropolis.
Well, she'll figure it out one of these days. She'll get to it.
Kalinita. Bye-bye.
Good night, Keith. Good to see you. Bye, Cameron. It was nice to meet you. Tony, nice to see you again. One of these days, we're going to get your brother on here.
I don't know what. I've tried to get him on Skype. He refuses to do it. I presume he does the same with Zoom. I don't think he wants to get on Zoom. I don't know what goes on. My cousin from Holland, I've been speaking to him on Skype several times, sometimes for 3.5 hours. He's from Mum's side. And I said to him, you know, if you can convince Harry to get on Skype or Zoom or whatever, try. I told Tony Economist to try and convince him to get on Skype and whatever, but there appears to be no success. I've tried for years. I've even installed Skype on the laptop I sent him. It's cousin Charlie from Germany. It just doesn't seem to work. I don't know. Maybe you can have a go. I don't know. I've given up.
Okay. Well, you take care, Tony.
He's complaining about the cost of calls from Greece, and he refuses to use a service that is free.
Oh.
It's unbelievable. I don't know what it is. Anyway.
Yeah.
I rang him at Christmas I talked to him for 1.5 hours because I got a service which gives me 1,200 minutes a year. Free calls to Greece. Unlimited to the US, unlimited to Europe, certain countries in Europe and all that sort of stuff. But it appears that such deals are not to be had in Greece. I don't know. I've tried to get him to find some information on mobile services in Greece, but from what I've turned up so far, because I was looking at getting a local SIM card, because I don't want to use roaming if I go there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, all the plans that I can see don't seem to be very, very good. I don't know what it is. They seem to be quite backwards in the whole thing. The whole system is locked down, and it's money making, and it seems to be. I don't know. Might be patronage or driven or something. I don't know. Anyway, what time is it? What time is it in San Francisco anyway?
It is 12:15 here now.
Well, that's not that bad. Oh,
yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you. It was good tonight. So
it's better than 6 a.m. last time.
It's been a long one. All right, Tony.
Okay. Good night. And
good night. Take care. Have a good
happy New Year.
You too. Bye-bye.